instructions are there, but if you need help, you know, get used to them.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
New keeper. I can't go further without the keeper.
For which the I missed an opportunity. Yes, the Over-60s international cricket tournament here in Claremont. But we have a clash. this over-60s. He's over 40. He's a 45 in the game as well. So this is going to be fun for all of us. Thanks for great to be here in the Western Cape. It's been almost 2 days to the lead up, and today's just a bit colder. The wind picking up, so it's going to be tough for the young men out there. Very interesting that they've gone with the 45 minute format.
Going to keep us right here for the end of the day, hopefully. Happening the batting for Zimbabwe will be Wayne. Arnold. These men are very keen still to be out there. Keep them up to the stumps and two down. Yeah. Yesterday, well, from often leave it all out in the next. National teams, you won't be on the top blood. A couple of from the players and the one guy was five master. Was soluble matters. Uh, around, good movement around. And I think we'll see this from all the players and all the teams this week. Teams come. And I think to love the game and play cricket still at this age, you have to be able to move around it. Yeah, the teams, the players that both see this week are still actively involved. Again, with that little bit of a weight drift, making sure he's off the pitch quickly, almost pulling out. Oh, there's one drift off the team. Back at the right hander. Very happy St. Patrick's Day, wherever you find yourself. It's a black that comes your way as well. just like it. Getting that on okay to just sit that as he plays it to mid on. Movement there from mid on to his left to get it up. Looks like see they got them in key positions. That's in the air. Pass here, Claremont. Oh, that's excellent work. And I mean, there's some excellent work out there. We love that it off down, but another wide single marks struggling with his leg, a line and length here. More his line as the score moves on to 10 without a loss. Seems to comes from JJ, getting bats on ball. That's what he's been looking for. Listen, everybody, don't let JJ. Oh, there's only one person winning that battle, and it's the man with the pad, the helmet, the gloves, and the bat. Can't be knocking him out the way. That's a bit tough, but most certainly. And South protecting out there now to keep it single. This is a little bit of an extended open one. But it's going to be just open doors at the end. Maybe one or two that the Poland would have wanted. He's going to come back to the boundary. With his experience, he'll be able to sort that out in his next over. Are continuing? Into the left side. Jameson, back in hand. It was a little bit, it was on the stumps, but it's nicely put away, it has to be said as well. But the other thing, Nick, we also got to say and mention to everybody watching that not delivery.
Here to the Claremont cricket ground. Apologies for the technical issues we're having with the sound, but it looks like we're back up and running, and the players had a welcoming drinks break as well, where the score now has moved on to 55 without loss. My name is Eugene Mullion. With me, Nick Clegg, and certainly Zimbabwe looking fairly well placed at this point in time.
Yeah, a nice long drinks break for the players there, and I'm sure just getting some liquids back into the body. This is the second power play now, so 4 fielders allowed out. You see Parnham there with a cap on there, getting rid of the helmet. Plays it straight to the cover region. Simmons looks to set quickly. I like the way Simmons gets ready for his over. The beautiful nut there by Simmons. Parnham on that front foot again.
He doesn't mess around with his over, does he? Gets through it, gets the ball, turn around, run in, bowl. That's too wide. That's too wide outside that off stump.
Yeah, certainly pushing that wide there. Almost a bit more round arm in his action in that delivery stride. He comes from quite wide, does Simmons.
Sort of the old 45-degree angle.
You can't even see him on the screen, but he's coming just from the left. Little French cut there past the keeper. The first time he's missed one, the keeper, he's been really good with the gloves.
Yeah, it's a little bit sort of went against him there with the old French cut, as you say, getting a bottom edge. Might have nutmegged himself, I'm not sure. Well, Delade is going to bowl his spell.
And he's been so good and efficient, Eugene. You can see why the captain has just continued with him and going to finish off on that far side. It's been very economical for the Impalas. As JJ looks to face him here.
Big appeal, big appeal. Umpire Harrison, he says not out. And what you'll find with Umpire Harrison, his nickname's Shotgun. So he'll make a decision very early on. If he doesn't make it within the split second of time, he's going to say right now, stop appealing, folks. Again, cut away. Well done by Barney. At backward point was a little bit sort of difficult as the ball bounced just in front of him. Knowing the man, I think he would not like that one iota.
As a commentator, Eugene, and you said earlier you've played here. Has a shotgun ever given you out?
Thankfully, I will say I've played before he decided to become an umpire. Because I can tell you what, I would be, as a bowler, I would walk past him and I'd just say, listen, you owe me one. And as a batter, I would just say, listen, please, just watch yourself. No, it's all in.
You best be batting second. You don't want to threaten an umpire.
No. Oh, that's pulled away smartly. That ball's going to race away into the South African Impalas dugout there. 4 runs.
Jamison looking good at the moment. We said he absorbed all that pressure earlier from the Impalas. And now just looking to open up a bit. 4 fielders out, but seemingly finding more space. Now in the inner ring, piercing the gap there. Jamison pulling out the first one of this Over-60s tournament in Cape Town. You don't want to do that too many times to the bowlers. Straight back on the money there.
Well, South Africa over-60s are playing, but it is South Africa over-40s, man, also lurking around these parts here. coming to support their fellow players. Oh, that was low. That was very low. No bounce there. Talaria again with an appeal, and that's going to be his spell. Naught for 33 and 9. And that has been an excellent spell, as a certain Mr. Yaku Castle is also here supporting his country. Man still that plays Premier League cricket. The age of 43, 44, I think he's now.
Must be a gun cricketer to be selected by the Prem side at the age of 43. Sometimes they want to farm the older guys out and get the youngsters in, but if you're still a staple in the team, you must have a lot to offer. And Simmons wants to offer a lot here for the Impalas. As we mentioned, he comes from that short 45 to 30 degree angle off the screen.
Yeah, there is a bowler there. Folks, there is a bowler there. He's coming in. Ooh, a little bit of flight there. A little bit of flight, a little bit of a change.
Simmons to Parnham. He pushes it wide, hoping for that breeze to bring it across. But that's
going to be a wide down the leg side. And thankfully, our producer has made his presence felt here and made things a little bit easy on the eye. We've got to say thank you to Bandile.
Bandile might be the man of the match so far for giving us the best visuals. Bandile, grab yourself a coffee and enjoy it. Thank you for setting this up so well for us.
Definitely not.
And just play to the point region there off screen. The connection sounding a lot better now by the Zimbabweans. Almost feeling comfortable at the wicket. It's a beautiful surface. I had a look at it before the game. Much better nut there by Simmons, finding that line and length. As a spinner, we spoke about it. Strange that both spinners, Marks and Simmons, have come on from this side. The wind howling across the pitch from left to right. You'd think if they were on the Virgin Active side of the field or the south side, with the wind coming across, the drift would help them. But just getting their radar in from the commentary box end are the Impala spinners.
One thing we haven't seen both these batters do is hit the ball aerial. They've kept it nice and simple, keeping the ball along the ground. They've hit a couple of fours. 65 without loss, busy with the 18th. But they do get a little bit anxious. I was walking past the Zimbabwean dugout there earlier, and they do get anxious. They feel that they're in a good position. They want to up the ante, as they say.
Yeah, they're a really competitive bunch. You would think at the late age of 60, maybe the competitive juices are not as prevalent in the sport, and they just played for the enjoyment. But one of them said he's not here to mess around with spiders this week. He's coming here for victories. So, and it was a big joke at the nets yesterday about how eager they are to do well. Everybody in this tournament is coming here to compete.
Armin coming into the attack. Replacing Taladia from the south end. Or should we say that's the Virgin Active end, because there's a gym not too far behind that side screen that you do see there on your screen. So I'm going to dub that the Virgin Active end.
It's a lot easier for those of us that are not good with geography.
Yeah, 100%.
Which way is south and north. So we'll just dub the field the Virgin Active end and the commentary box end.
Winner. I think we've won that battle. Now I was walking around the field, greeted him, another man that has watched a lot of cricket games, especially where you have taken part in. And now I've got privilege to see Armin in action. Greeted him earlier, so he's looking forward to his little trundle out there. He's going to be the non-batter. So he's got work to do with the ball, because he will have an extended break come the second innings. That's a peel there. Well, a lot to take in there. A lot to take in there from Armin as he came in there.
Now I was looking how we were going to break down the run up, the delivery stride,
The
where
arm.
the ball landed, the arm.
There was a lot happening there. All in all, it's a dot ball first up.
A great way to start your over.
Well, they're going to scramble through here for a single. Waiting to see what umpire Harrison's going to do here. He says, listen, there was a little bit of tickle on that. I'm sure JJ also said, listen, umpire, got a little bat on that.
No, he most certainly did. He let the umpire know all about that. It's very interesting bowling style this from Caden Armin. All the power generating through that shoulder.
67 years old, Armin.
Can just see their slow approach to the wicket. His gather also quite delayed, and then all that power coming through that right arm at the last minute.
Yes.
But it's the accuracy that he's aiming for, and he's hitting it on the target at the moment. So good start here from Caden Armin.
Yeah, it's almost coming at about 10 and 11 o'clock, that bowling arm of his. It's not quite 12 o'clock, and still manages to get that fairly accurately. And I hope I'm not putting the commentator's curse on him. But just a one run so far of this over. Oh, that's going to be sort of tickle around the corner to find leg just for one. The man that's done his work with the ball so far. Taladia, he tidies up. He's having a deserved breakdown there. I think that just shows experience as well. Just goes and finds a spot, hopefully where the ball doesn't come to. Well, just the two from that over. Good start for Armin. 19 gone, 67 without loss. Sorry, what's the scores on? Is it on Web Sports? All the scores, clubs, cricket clubs. CSA.
Simmons to continue in the attack to Parnham. Drifts it onto the leg side. Parnham with the big sweep. And he'll found the boundary. Yeah, Simmons maybe just getting a bit tired in the overs now. Look to not get through his action there in the crease. But that's one thing these guys, Eugene, can pull on is their experience. They'll know what's going wrong in their delivery. They'll know they're feeling tired. They'll have a chat to the captain and say, this will be my last one. Bring me back later. This time pushes it out of the offside. Fielded again in that point region. So at the moment, you spoke about it earlier, Angus Simmons is really going to have to bowl on one side of the wicket just to help his captaincy out with the field place in.
I'll just bowl it on the stumps. And through they come for a good single. So 5 of 3 deliveries so far, and this is a good over to start. Now, how can JJ cash in here?
Trollope, the keeper there, doing the fielding. .71 for no loss. This is a good start for Zimbabwe, as we mentioned, building into a good partnership here. The opening one of this tournament. Simmons on the money.
Certainly bowled it as this spell has gone on. He's bowled it a lot slower as it's gone on. He started out just darting it in a little bit. So now we're seeing a more variation, more lack of pace on the ball. Good feet by JJ again, allowing him to bunt that ball onto the onside for one. The rate has gone now to 3.7 to the over. And that's where it's going to remain. 73 without loss. Just going to give you a little bit of scores from this tournament. Directly behind us here at Claremont Cricket Club, it is the USA playing the South African Kudos, and it is the USA that are batting first, and they are 55 for 3. And that's after 16 overs. At Greenpoint Oval, we have the Wales versus the USA A. So USA also having two teams here. So Wales are batting first there. They are 93 for 1 after 15 overs. Growing great guns there. It's over 6 to the over. And here in this game, it is 73 without loss. And through they come for the second run. And that's good running by these two. Opening pair of Jameson and Palm. Down the leg side. Oh, umpire Harrison says nah. Oh, now he gives the wide. I think JJ told him off there. Youngster, what you doing, man?
Maybe he told him I didn't hit that one.
It's down the leg side yet again. Wide signal. So this is not the over that Armin wanted, but with his second, conceded 6 runs so far. It's going to be a wide again, is it? Yes, it is. So that's a third wide in this over.
Yeah, his first over was really good, but maybe this time not accounting for that wind, just drifting across. Interesting technique from the keeper, almost then at a 45-degree angle behind the stumps, facing directly into the covers.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier. Certainly still does a job. Reminds me of the old Jack Russell that used to stand for England for so many years. Yeah, it's one that we wouldn't normally encourage these days. They normally say try and get your left foot in line, maybe where off stump is as a right-hander. We can see as he takes his stance, Trollope, his left foot is almost on leg stump. Oh, that's pulled away. In fact, it's beyond leg stump and has excellent bit of fielding.
Top fielding, but a good single there from the Zimbabweans. Clear communication. As soon as he hit it, there was a clear call of yes. And they quickly got through their Gramps, making it safely. And I wonder if this keeping technique from Trollope is because every now and again the ball does drift down the leg side. So maybe trying to give himself the best opportunity to get there.
Oh, there's one, as you said. He's missed this one.
Oh, but the curse of the commentator strikes again.
That's on you. That's on you, Nick. I'm not going to own that one. I've done my bit.
1-1.
1-1. There you go.
All to play for.
Well, that extended over. The 21st has come to an end. 81 for the loss of no wicket.
And after being 33 runs for no wicket after 10, 81 after the 21st, it really has shown the acceleration here by the Zimbabwean cricket side. As this wind seems to get colder and colder each time it blows on us.
I'm going to have words, I tell you. I'm going to have words. That South African-England series, I tell you, I've never experienced anything like it. That's outside the off stump in Stellenbosch, and I've never seen wind like it, and I'm glad we went up above the scaffoldings or anything. We were on the ground. I think that was the best outcome. That's flighted. Oh, beautiful shot all along the deck. 4 runs. As glorious as you ever wish to get.
Yeah, that's the shot of the innings so far there from Parnham. You can't set a field for that. And not the worst delivery by Simmons either, but Parnham getting on that front foot.
Moves into the 40s.
And now just plays it off the legs. He's really playing all around the wicket here. Is Parnham building a good innings. Both batsmen now building nicely. They both want to push on. Looking to get Zimbabwe over that milestone of 100.
Oh, really flighted up there.
Sure.
Simmons.
My heart was in my throat there after thinking I maybe put the commentator's curse there. Simmons flighting it up. I know how big JJ's eyes would have got.
Flighted up again, but that's down the leg side. Wide single by the umpire. And there've certainly been a few wides in this inning so far already.
Yeah, it's just helped the scoreboard tick over for the Zimbabweans, all the extras. And I'm sure it's something they'll talk about when they come on later to bowl.
That's pulled away onto the onside. It's stopped out there, so they're just going to be that single.
Good footwork there by JJ, just to open up his stance, allow his arms to swing through there. The sweeper fielder there, putting his whole body behind the line, not trusting his hands. Rightly so, because it did miss his hands and hit him on the chest.
Firmly driven, but straight to the fielder. That over comes to an end as well. 22 gone, 88 without loss. 4 and over is the run rate so far. As now, again, gloves, water, everything, maybe a message being brought on there by Zimbabwe to see, listen, what's the new plan of attack here? It's going to be a long week, so it's good to look after players, especially when they've been in for 22 overs like these two have for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, that looks to be Mark van Staden and Shaggers bringing on the water. Shaggers is one of the members that you'd really like to get to know in the Zimbabwe side, full of life. Loves a good laugh and definitely loves a chirp, so I'm sure he ran onto the field there and had a couple of words with the batsmen. Keep their spirits up.
I wonder what he's saying to JJ. Mate, your strike rate's under 50%, mate. Oh, that's going to be given, yeah. Ball that didn't bounce. And you can see how JJ just says, listen, the ball didn't bounce as much as he thought. And he struck in front, and Shotgun Harrison makes his first decision, and that is in the affirmative for the Impalas.
Yeah, nuggety innings from John Jamieson. 33 runs, a good start to the tournament. He will be disappointed that he wasn't able to kick on, but good start from the Zimbabwean side. 88 for 1. And to the crease now comes Walton. Very experienced batsman. The most experienced indoor cricketer in the world, has a world record. He has played for England, Australia and Zimbabwe as an indoor cricketer.
Wow.
And he has the most international caps in indoor cricket. So really someone that the Impalas don't want to see walk into the crease. Yesterday in the nets, Andy Walton was timing the ball sweetly. Almost didn't hear the ball coming off the bat.
Well, he got out to the middle very quickly. It looked like he was itching to get out there.
Yeah, no, I didn't get time to have a word with him. He says his club is the Claremont Cricket Club, but he lives in Perth, so I'm not sure how he plays long distance.
Well, he certainly can vouch for the longest walk to the middle of the crease from Australia down to Claremont Cricket Club.
You can just see it straight away on the front foot, forward defense, bat on ball. I mean, you can just see some of his previous achievements. Zimbabwe is over 50. He played for Kent in the county cricket scene. Australia over 50. Western Australia's over 50s, over 55s. Played first grade cricket up until the age of 52. Represented Zimbabwe in schools back in the day. And as we mentioned, international indoor and outdoor player.
Well, that's nicely played through the offside. I'm just looking at your stat pack here, and I mean, under fun facts, there is a couple of interesting things I've seen down there. I mean, care to enlighten us there, Nick?
I wish I could tell us a bit more, but I was just mentioning those stats and I thought, but the best part is yet to come. As we see Parnham plays it through the covers, he'll find the sweeper on the boundary, just goes through for the single. But probably the best stat is that he survived a plane crash and a hippo attack. I don't think too many people can talk about one of those things, let alone both. So we will find out more about that in the week. And I'll be sure to tell the viewers.
That's cut away. Well, the thing that really stands out as Over comes to an end is the hippo attack. Because I was on Instagram not so long ago and I saw them, some of these boats that just floats by and hippos. And one of the hippos was literally chasing the boat. I mean, they're good swimmers at the best of times. I mean, they're big lumps. But imagine your head in a hippo's mouth. Oh, my word. Not saying that's what happened to him. But
well, it might be. It might be. We don't know yet. But the viewers will have to stay tuned to the broadcast over the next couple of games.
Well, I tell you one thing. Waltz need to get himself into the commentary box and explain himself. Because that is one interesting fact. As it is a change of bowling. It's going to be Toit Milan. Still with tweakers. Still into the breeze. Bowling here from the commentary end.
They must know something I don't.
Pulled away. Straight to the fielder. Tell you one thing. I wouldn't hold my hand up to be bowling into this breeze.
You must be a fast bowler.
100%. I'm not going to be charging in here.
I'm charging in from this side, yeah. That's for sure.
Oh, flight. Flight.
Yeah, the two spinners that have come on after Peter Marks, definitely flighting the ball more as a spinner that opens the innings as well in the Eastern Cape. I know you've just got to dart them in a bit. Keep yourself in the attack.
Well, that's the first ball that's played in the air. Simmons trying to get there. Sort of ran outside the boundary line to try and retrieve that, but it's 4 runs. And Palm is moving on swiftly here. He's moved to 46.
I think Simmons forgot the perimeter there. Just ran out the boundary, almost thinking he was going to cut it off. But even if he had touched it, it would have been 4. But that's the first stroke in anger, you can almost say, from the Zimbabweans. Hit it up into the air, finding the gap.
Again, flighted up. Simmons into the action yet again. This time it's just 1.
Oh, good fielding. Not the greatest accuracy on the throw there, but that's something the batsman will have to be alert to. Pick up the fielders and know who they can run a extra 1 to, as we see Walton there taking strike. If you can survive a hippo attack, you can survive the Impalas bowling attack. Walt's just waiting for one of the spectators. It wouldn't be a cricket game if you don't walk past the side screen.
Nah, I mean... Ooh, flight. Ooh, flight. Yeah, I always find that mind-boggling, you know. You come to a cricket game, you know what you expect, and yet you still walk past the side screen.
I think in a club situation, maybe it's a bit different. Not everyone's here for the cricket, just going for a nice stroll on the big grass patch. But what I do find frustrating and interesting is when you go to the grounds such as Newlands or Supersport Park, then you see people doing it and you wonder to yourself as a commentator, but you knew this was a cricket game. You understand how cricket works. What are you doing in the way?
I'll give you a fun fact about this ground. So we've mentioned that Virgin Active is just behind there, the old gym. Every time we came here on a Saturday playing club cricket, we always looked forward to it because there'll be loads of people running around this ground. But yet they also have the Noah just to stop if the bowler's coming from one end. I think they've run around here too many times. As it is, Armin continuing that round arm sort of delivery.
And we can see Taladia next to us in the commentary box taking a break from that beautiful spell earlier on. 9 on the trot.
Oh, and he's still smiling away. Might see if we can catch a word with the opening bowler. As it is, Mr. Kara. No, not Kara. It is going to be Taladia that's joining us. Taladia, 9 overs on the trot, sir. How do you find that?
Well, it's something that I've done for the SA team last year in Chennai at 37 degrees Celsius and with humidity of 75, 80. I bowled a couple of matches. I bowled on the trot, the 9 overs.
Well, du Plessis with a magnificent stop on the fine leg boundary. And he has got the applause he's getting there. Yeah, you said the humidity and everything, so this is a lot cooler, a lot of breeze out there, though.
I tell you, it was good bowling with the breeze behind my back, a lot cooler. The captain kept checking with me after 5 overs. Are you good? I said, 6th over went well, and then you're going to bowl through? Of course.
Well, this being...
That may not happen in the next couple of days, but today I grabbed it with both hands.
Well, this being an over-60s tournament, and you can still see the fire, the hunger, the willingness to win is still out there, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think, veterans cricket has just given everybody a new lease on life. And so you see the guys that you played with way back stepping up and wanting to be part of just playing veterans cricket. And the fact that we now been given the opportunity to represent our country, which, had things been different way back, it could have been a lot different then. But now, playing fields are level for everybody. We're all in the same age category. So why not compete again?
Yeah, why not? And you guys are still showing up there. And I know there are 6 teams taking part of it, but surely you'll be looking forward to your final group match, that versus the Kudus.
Well, I'm watching them. They look like firemen. I just looked at their kit. and, and so I'm quite looking forward to Sunday. I think perhaps we're going to wear pink tops
Okay.
just to make a statement, you know. But yeah, no, we're excited about Sunday's game. I think there's going to be a lot on the spell in that particular game, because everybody wants to prove themselves. As you know, there's we're looking ahead in terms of the 2020. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Oh, Mr. Albani, he's always there. Always another character of the game.
And so, so we're looking forward to that. So this is almost part of that selection process, and so everybody wants to be on that plane going to Canada. So there's a lot to play for.
See, the boys are talking about selection and talking about getting themselves going. I mean, World Cups, and I mean, as you said there, the platforms that you guys have been presented as well as great. Seeing you guys playing as well. You mentioned that sometimes the playing field wasn't potentially even back then, but this is definitely allowing you guys not just to reignite sort of rivalries and sort of playing mates that you have been, but also gives you the chance, as you said, representing your country. As that has gone a long, long way. Mr. Walton, and certainly saying, listen, the breeze is blowing in that direction. Let me just hit one in the air. And that has been helped by the breeze. But certainly enjoyed your spell bowling. 9 overs on the trot. I'm sure you're looking forward to a nice break now. Feet
Absolutely.
up for a while.
I just want to check on those physios. I saw young ladies walking in here. I presume they're the physios. So I'll just check their skills.
Thank you very much for your insight, Ismail Talaria. And you can just, I mean, they're thriving to just go out there and still give of their best.
Absolutely. And how fantastic to see the hunger to get to Toronto's Cricket World Cup next year. I mean, he's already looking forward to the game against, as he dubbed them, the Firemen.
Yeah, I would have loved to have looked forward to that game. Unfortunately, I'll be involved with some 4-day cricket domestic stuff that will be happening again this week as the cricket season comes to an end soon. Oh, that is carved away through the offside. The chase is on. Pani is chasing it. The ball wins the race. The maximum, followed by 4 more.
It just sounds different coming off the bat of Walton. You can see he's just a class cricketer. And while we were interviewing Taladia there, we saw Parnham go to his 50. And well batted to Wayne Parnham. And he'll look to push on, as we've mentioned, to build that big innings.
Tossed up again. You called him Gramps. He's certainly not Gramps with bat in hand. I mean, 52 of 65 deliveries. That's coming at a good click.
Just in case he's got family and friends listening to this, that's the nickname he gave me about himself.
I would have loved to have stitched you there. I would have loved to have stitched you there. But I can't. You did say that earlier.
I haven't come up with any of my own nicknames for the players as of yet, but I'm sure the week is going to be a great one with them. And I have the great privilege to commentate all their games. And a big thank you to Roger Malta, the organizer, as well as one of my own cricket mates, as we see the sweep there from Parnham into the cow corner region. Really just like flat batted that across himself. And well timed. He too now feeding off the positive energy that Walton has brought to the crease. And Zimbabwe looking to increase this run rate. Now 112 for 1 after 26 overs.
Yeah, all of a sudden the rate has been picked up. Ball's been hidden towards boundaries quite often. This partnership worth 28 runs, very, very quick time. 56 to Palm, Walton on 13. So some food for thought here for the Impalas. Armin's going to continue. He's bowled 4 overs. I make it. He's picked up a wicket as well. Well, that has been picked up easy as you like. It wasn't overly short. It just shows how good a classy player Walton is. Bags of experience, it shows there.
Absolutely, and you mentioned that it wasn't so short, so probably pulling on that indoor cricket background of his, getting onto that back foot and finding the space on the leg side. Not afraid to hit the ball over the infield.
It's cut away to point. Yet the Impalas haven't changed the field. They're allowed to have 4 men out during this period. They've only got the 3.
Yeah, they always say that a captain shouldn't chase the ball. You don't want to set a field for bad bowling, but if the batsman is manipulating the field, you do have to make a call as the captain, as we see there, that one on the wickets and respected by our batsman Walton. Hasn't shown too much respect to the bowling attack since he's come to the crease.
I reckon he doesn't want to deal in singles. He's just thinking, wait, let me sit back and wait for a 4. But that's a much better length from Armin. A lot fuller. That's the length. That is the length. Saying, listen, Walton, you can hit me over my head. That's where you can go, but that's going to be a little bit of a risk because the breeze is blowing from that direction. Is it a breeze or is it a little bit more than that?
I think this might be gale force at the moment.
Listen, Nick, I'll tell you what gale force is, mate. This is not gale force.
I'm from the Eastern Cape, so this is a different type of wind.
I was about to tell you. Surely it is. I mean, you were the Windy City, surely.
Yeah, so Port Elizabeth or Gqeberha is known as the Windy City, but I'm pretty sure East London has more windy days, but not violent winds. It's just constantly windy in East London these days. You see a great shot through the covers. Will the sweeper get there? No chance. Doesn't even try.
Well, the timing. I mean, it was a nice crisp shot, wasn't it? The sounding made of the willow. As 27 overs are gone. 120 for 1. I'm going to leave you in the hands of Nick, and he's going to have a couple of overs of words with one of the Zimbabwean men.
Thanks. Nick?
Mr. Lane, are you well today?
I'm very well, thank you.
What do you think of this start by your fellow teammates?
Well, we had a nice steady start for the first wicket. And we've got plenty of exciting batsmen in the middle order. So, I think it'll speed up a bit, and it has sped up.
Yeah, most certainly since Walter's come to the middle, certainly been effective and encouraged Parnham on the far side to get involved in some of the boundaries. What was the word from JJ when he came out there? I'm sure he was a bit disappointed.
He said it kept a bit low, and every time he tells how low, it gets lower and lower. So I think by lunchtime it will have crept along the ground. They'd probably be saying it was a no ball with a second bounce before it hit his pad.
JJ, I did see that type of attitude in the nets yesterday.
JJ's very competitive. Always like to score more runs than his age, which is about 110.
Yeah, he is the oldest member in your side.
Just in the side. What about the competition? And we thought he was the shortest as well, but we found yesterday at the welcoming ceremony, we found someone in the USA team who might be shorter. There was
We'll have to have a measuring contest when we take them on later in the week. Another good ball here by the Impalas, just trying to sweep it around the corner.
So
is Parnham.
Parham likes Pops Parham. He likes to play to the leg side, and he doesn't worry him if it's on the stumps. He'll still try and pull it around there occasionally. What he hasn't pulled out of the bag yet is his reverse sweep.
Oh, I didn't know that he had that in his bag, so I'm glad you told us. Yeah,
he-
Jono, it
yeah.
will be interesting to see when he decides it's time to pull that out. You see, he just rotates the strike to get Waltz back
Yeah,
on.
I think he just wants to get Andy back on strike and let him do the heavy lifting.
The ball certainly sounds different coming off Andy's bat
It's
compared
like
to the openers.
It's like a rifle crack, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. He came in and hit a massive 6 with the wind. I'm sure he won't like that part, but I will remind him later that 6 was with the wind. So.
No, but I think that's probably, in his mind that he's not going to try and hit it against the wind.
Yeah.
I mean, the wind's quite strong now. So,
very strong.
It would be silly to try and hit it the other way.
Yeah, class act from Waltz and good partnership, building between the two of them. What was the talk from Greg before the game? Or did he set milestones that he wants the batsman to reach, or is there just one big total that you guys are aiming to get towards?
I think it's just play each ball on its merits, and we have the mindset of looking for a run every ball. So that's the goal, is to try and finish, or to try and get 6 and over at the end. And if you get more than that, then that's a bonus. And everything less than that makes it a bit harder to defend. So, but we've got some big hitters coming in now. So there's Andy, and then he's followed by Rory McQuaid. And Rory scores a lot of runs very quickly, but he's also very quick between the wickets. So he gets a big proportion of his runs as 1s and 2s. And any batsman who's in with him will find himself having to run 2s that otherwise he'd prefer not to. So when Rory comes in, that's one way the score will accelerate. He's also capable of hitting a very big ball. So it can become quite a problem for the fielding captain. He's got to set the field to stop his singles and 2s, and then he hits the boundaries.
Yeah, and he's certainly a very strong man. I had a really firm handshake from him when I met him at the nets the other day.
Well, and you want to see him throw as well. I mean, he used to be a baseball throwing coach, and you'll see when he's on the boundary, it'll rocket in. He's a powerful guy,
Yeah, most certainly.
But John Elaine does give him a bit of a hiding every now and again. I hope he's going to hear that.
If not, we'll just cut it off YouTube and send him the clip. Yourself, not someone that loves to run a 2, rumor has it. So if you've had to bat with Rory or Rambo, as he's known,
well, then
what are the discussions out in the middle?
I've explained to Rory that I'm semi-retired from 2s. I'll run my own, but not his. That one was just cut off a bit of a top edge, and it ran down to the third man boundary.
The top edge, that's rough. I thought it was a late cut there placed.
Yeah, well, okay. We call it a late cut. I mean, it was late.
I'm trying to stay in all your guys' good books.
Yeah.
Waltz facing.
There he just got inside the ball and nudged it out into the offside. And he actually does. When I was watching him in the nets yesterday, he does have the ability to get right inside and drive very square if he wants to. Thought they were going to take a single there. Pop's Parham was just nudged it out to the backward point fielder, and but they're just milking it with the odd boundary now, aren't they?
Yeah, and they're rotating strike really nicely, which is what JJ and Parham really struggled with in the beginning. You could see they were getting a bit agitated and maybe a bit frustrated at the crease, trying to force a couple singles, nearly a run out early on.
Yeah, there's just a bit of miscommunication, I think, and they just looked a bit uncertain about each other's calling. So, but that'll come. You have an innings. You'd sort of develop running partnerships like that with an understanding of But the wind is strong, and the ball is now bowling into the wind.
Yeah, Duplessis there It's been interesting.
All deep
We've
to
been
see.
saying all the spinners coming from this side. We thought they would have maybe come from the Virgin Active side with the drift of the ball and hopefully spin it back into the batsman.
Yeah.
You see a
So
shot through the covers. It will be picked up by the sweeper just for a single to Parnham. We mentioned that rotation of the strike, and these two batsmen doing it really well, finding that odd boundary and looking to push that run rate up closer towards that 6 runs and over that you were mentioning.
yeah. So I think our tactic will probably be to have the spinners at the other end, so the batsmen have got to hit it into the wind. You know, of course, it means they don't get the benefit of the flight, you know, the flighting it into the wind, but it's a long hit into this wind, that's for sure. And we just saw how easily Andy Walton cleared the boundary hitting with the wind.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors to take in as a captain, but this being an over-60s tournament, you've all played a lot of cricket, so you've all got experience out on the field. And you can give advice.
I think what will happen is that, you know, the each of the bowlers will pretty much be asked which end they want to bowl, you know, and then once you've chosen your end, you got to you know, make the most of what you've chosen. So
is anyone putting their hand up to run into this strong breeze?
Not so far. All the fast bowlers are saying that they should be coming downhill with the wind, which of course is going to mean that the spinners have to go uphill and into the wind. But I will see what happens.
Yeah, and I think that's where the Impalas have found themselves as well. One fast bowler from the far side, 9 overs on the trot, 33 runs off his 9 overs, no wicket, but he bowled really economically from that far side.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're going to have our second drinks break, so good time to chat about it. Coming from that far side, and the spinners having to come from the commentary box in, but into a strong breeze. Although if you brought your spinners on from the far side like you guys are possibly planning to do, you get that drift across with your delivery, and then hopefully we'll spin it back, which could catch the batsman out.
This pitch looks like it's taking a lot of turn as well. I mean, I've you know, we haven't seen many move, but the odd ones that do have gone a long way, you know.
Yeah, and every now and again there's invariable bounce, and as we know, JJ got one there that was a bit of a creepy crawly.
Yeah, it's getting lower and lower all the time.
Yeah, and I see Shaggers is the one running out the water most of the time. Quite a comical man is Shaggers. I'm sure he's giving the batsmen some good food for thought and his opinion on what they should be doing.
No, I think the water guys will just be, they're probably not giving too much advice. I mean, they're doing, you know, the batsmen are going along well as it is. But I don't think they'll be giving too much advice. They're probably just actually having a bit of a joke.
Yeah,
they're all having a chuckle. They were having a chuckle about JJ's dismissal. I mean, I think last time one of the water boys actually poured some water on that little patch that the ball hit when it kept low.
I can only imagine Shaggers is saying something funny in that group, keeping the spirits up. And the score after 30 overs, 132 for 1.
Here comes our skipper, Greg McDonald. He's strolling out to have a word with the batsman. I think it'll probably be good job, guys. Keep going.
Yeah, 15 overs to go. Myself and Greg chatted to one of the locals, and they said a scoreline of about 250 is a good scoreline to get in the first innings. Is that something that you guys might want to push for in the last 15? You might have to up the run rate a little bit, but you said you've got the capable batsman and someone with a Rory McWade coming in who loves to push for those quick singles as well as the strength to hit the boundaries. He might be a good option coming in the latter overs.
Well, he's coming in next, I think, and then after that is another one of the guys who came up from the over-50s, Mike van Staden. And he was hitting the ball very cleanly in the nets as well. So, and after him, you know, there's Kenyan Zeal. Again, you know, he's quite capable of hitting boundaries. So there's still a good bit of, you know, run scoring in the middle order to come.
Then after Kenyan Zeal, it's yourself, Jolla Lane, going to go in.
Well, I think at the moment, Greg am I down? Oh, I'm down. Okay, I've gone.
Yeah, Greg's at the top of the order as the
Yeah.
captain, but he'll shift down into the order, maybe between you and Kenyon.
Yeah, I don't know. I
But
don't know.
it'd be good to get you a couple.
Yeah, well, Greg, I think the idea was that Greg would come in after Kenyon and before me. So, but I don't know. You know, we're pretty fluid, and we'll see what the situation demands at the time.
As the umpires stroll out, led out by our shotgun Harrison. And then Impalas coming back, the two Zimbabwean batsmen waiting. We know that Waltz made a joke on the WhatsApp group here. He's not coming to mess around with spiders. And he's certainly going to look to turn on the pressure on this Impalas in the last 15. It will be the last power play, so they'll have 5 fielders out now. It will be interesting to see where the Impalas, Jono, place their field. They haven't really moved their fielders too much on the boundary. They were allowed 4 out in the last power play, but we didn't often see them utilizing that. Still trying to keep all the pressure in the ring. Is that just to allow no singles? Is it trying to keep that sort of pressure?
I think, I think you're absolutely right. Is that you want to stop the singles, but as soon as you move everybody out, there are runs close to the bat. So, but the other thing is that if there is a mishit and it goes in the air, it's normally going to fall inside the circle. So, the more fielders you've got in catching, inside the circle, the more chance you've got of picking up those mishits, as wickets. But there will come a point, absolutely right, when I always think as a fielding side, what you need to do is identify where the batsman is strong. And you want to stick your boundary field out there and try and plug his boundary option, his best boundary option, and then force him to change. And you want your field to be fairly fluid. So if they rotate the strike, one guy might hitting it straight, and the other guy likes playing a little bit across the line. That field has got to move. You want to be permanently alert to who's on strike. Okay, we've got a little bit of left arm around.
Yeah, Paul Duplessis back into the attack bowling. Nice option for the captain to have a left armour.
So now here you've got a spinner bowling with the wind, right? That one he just was a bit of an arm ball and a little bit quicker.
Interesting fielding tactics there, using the shin to stop that ball. I'm sure that might create a bruise later on. Just still rotating the strike of the Zimbabwean batsman.
He didn't flinch though. Oh. And it's a beautiful ball. That actually just was a proper arm ball. Came in off the pitch a little bit, and it's hit middle and off, I think.
Yeah, fantastic ball there. And that's the end of Wayne Parnham. A great innings by the opener, 61 off 79 deliveries. And the second wicket for the Impalas. And a good time to take a wicket just after that drinks break. And now it will just put pressure on the new batsman, and it looks like it's Rory McWade coming to the crease. So you said we can look forward to some quick singles. Walton himself not afraid of a quick single, so this could actually put more pressure on the Impalas. McWade with 15 overs here to make an impact in this game. You said he's a strong hitter of the ball, so we can look forward to maybe a couple of fireworks here.
Well, I think you'll like I said, he scores a large proportion of his runs by running, but he's quite capable of hitting big boundaries. This little pergola that we're sitting under had better be well and truly rooted, because the wind is doing its best to dispatch it into the city centre.
Yeah, no, it certainly is windy here down in the Cape.
Yeah, I might hand the mic back. Just go and stand around and give the hint that I might be promoted up the order a little bit.
Thanks, John O'Lane. It's been fantastic to have you in the commentary box.
Lovely talking to you guys. And so now that I've jinxed our innings, I'll leave it to you guys.
No, so it's 1-1-1. We've all had a commentator's curse. Thanks very much, John, and look forward to commentating with you more in the week. We see there Rory McWade on the front foot. Welcome back, Eugene.
Yeah, I think some of the South African fans would like to see Leno continuing because he seems to be a good wicket taker for South Africa. And he's on the comms.
I'll have to tell the fans master all about that. John O'Lane will have to take one tonight there. And but what a great innings that was from Parnham, Wayne Parnham. Old Gramps or Pops. Good innings for the opener. Good way to start your tournament. 61 off 79 deliveries.
Oh, is it? You want to get your PB out the way early doors, isn't it? You got 5 games. He's now got his PB in the tournament. Yes, happy days. Everybody will have that. That's your first drink. Or I don't know what they're going to find with. Who knows?
Well, there were a couple of beers last night at the meet and greet. You were busy working elsewhere, but we had the privilege of meeting all the teams last night and the host, Roger Malt. Then just to mention some of the sponsors, I mean, the sun is starting to come over and we can be thankful for this gazebo from 1.5 Premier Real Estates, one of the key sponsors at this tournament. You can see their banners all around. Oh, it's a great delivery, but Walton good enough to keep it out. One of the good things about getting the players in, we spoke to one of the South African Impalas earlier, and now we had John O'Lane from Zimbabwe. The insight that they can bring from their own team and knowing their players. So John O'Lane knows Rory McWade, number 5, who's just come in. As we see it just caress through the covers gently to the sweeper from Walton. And he said one of McWade's big attributes is he loves a quick single. He's fast between the wickets, so he'll look to increase it by upping the scoring rate with a lot of 1s and 2s. And Walton himself not afraid of rotating the strike, but also has the power to hit those big boundaries. So he can build himself a nice innings here, 14 overs to go. You can see there straight away just a nudge into the covers and a quick single by McWade, almost running 2 pitch lengths past the wicket.
I was about to say, they'll run the single, yeah? He'll definitely get that. He looks very quick. Obviously, will he be able to turn as well for the second?
He's a very strong man, is McWade, nicknamed Rambo from the age of 20. He said he promises to tell me the whole story this week, but loves an emoji and a sticker on WhatsApp. So his family call him the Emoji King. The first WhatsApp conversation I had with him, I got about 3 words and 17 stickers and memes and GIFs. And
you know what they all mean.
Then he just said to me, Nick, one thing you'll know about me is I love using emojis. Says his daughters call him the Emoji King. And his friends here in the team call him Rambo. And apparently they still give him gears. He's been named Rambo since the age of 20. So it's been a good 40 years that he's had that nickname.
Probably carried it through his uni days as well. Who knows? But I saw him running the second there coming towards us. And I was just sitting thinking, I wouldn't like to tackle him if he had a ball in hand. He does look like he has been strong, Rory McWade. 138 for 2. One 4-1 for 2, as the score has not been updated on our screens.
Yeah. Another good delivery there. Just worked off the pads. They're going to look for a 2 here. Good running between the 2 Zimbabwean batsmen, Walton and McWade. And cheered for there from their fellow teammates. McWade, quite a talented individual. Loves all sports, plays the drums. And one thing that he said I need to mention is that he is so privileged and honored to play with his mates and his countrymen at this tournament. Oh, well worked off the pads. Very fine. Almost a need a long stop for that type of shot. It's gone directly behind the stumps. It took a lot of skill to play it in that direction by McWade, and a good option to come in at number 4 for Zimbabwe.
Well, both these men at 3 and 4 have literally shown they want to increase that rate, showed intent. There's a gorgeous shot again through extra cover all along the deck, and it's looking ominous now for the South African Impalas here, as these two men from Zimbabwe are really putting their foot down.
Yeah, and if they can stay in for the allotted 13 overs left in this innings, it's going to create a big total here for the South African neighbours, Zimbabwe. Both batsmen look in fine form at the moment, and they'll hope that continues in this game.
Yeah, you want to start the tournament well. This is the first game. Not straighter, but there is the running that you spoke about, Nick, especially between these two.
Interesting, McWade wasn't committed to the run, but he's quick enough to still halter in the beginning and then just sets off out of the blocks.
How many of these men, I know you spoke to a few of them from Zimbabwe, how many of them still currently live in Zimbabwe?
So I think there's about 17 members in this in the squad that they've brought. I know 3 have come from overseas, one from Perth, one from Auckland in New Zealand, and John O'Lane come from the UK. And then the rest are in and around the Zimbabwean area, and 1 or 2 stay here in Cape Town. Thank you. So predominantly, most of them coming from Harare, 2 big clubs there, Rhodox, as well as the Harare Sports Club. And they'll be proud to represent their clubs as well. I know where I'm from, I play for Beacon Bay Country Club in East London, nicknamed Bows. And I know when our players represent the province or the border region, they're always keen to give a shout out to their home clubs. And so are these Zimbabweans. As we see a leaning edge there to the leg side, but in to a safe area of the ground, and a quick single again. And that's what they're going to try to do. John O'Lane was explaining that there was no set targets by Greg McDonald, the captain, but they wanted to try go at 6 runs and over, just making sure they're not eating up dot balls. As we might see the flamingo come out here from the umpire. There it is, just a leg bar. So John O'Lane was telling me, Eugene, that they set a target where they don't want to eat up dot balls and try go for 6 runs and over. And we can see that these 2 batsmen are certainly trying to emphasize that, get bat on ball into the space and set off straight away. If it's a misfield or it finds the gap, they look for it too. If it doesn't go to the boundary, so they really are improving the run rate than the openers had earlier on.
Oh, that was close to the off stump. Bowler's name is Akil Cupido.
Yep.
And not Paul Duplessis, as you see on your screen there. We'll get that changed. Oh, use of the feet. Zimbabwe is still one of the best countries I've traveled and toured. Very nice. They got a good ground at Harare. Remember going there, we went up to Leper's Rock. It's about 2,000 meters above sea level. Lovely golf course there as well. And certainly enjoyed my time there. Oh, just an inside edge, getting the ball past the stumps. He's had one that he played leading edge, as you said, onto the onside. Then he sort of got an inside edge, missing the stumps. He's living a charmed life. He's the drummer.
He certainly is playing to the rhythm of his own song at the moment.
Oh, you beat me to it. You beat me to it, Nick. Oh, brilliant.
Someone had to say it. Someone had to get it up there. I'm aspiring to be like you, Eugene.
No.
I also want to say good things and get to the 4-day comps. I've improved from the 20 over comps. Now I'm at the 45 overs. Up next, the 4-day comps. I can only imagine how much we'd get through commentating one of those games together. And As you mentioned earlier, you wouldn't want to tackle McWade, bringing in your rugby commentating skills. I just want to let you know that he changed from cricket. So he was selected in the National Schools Cricket Week. He then changed to a rugby career for a while, and you can see why. And hopefully later he gets to shake your hand. You might need some ice afterwards.
Well, so I called it correctly. It looked like he was somebody can steam at you with ball in hand, tucked under the arm.
I just want to know what position he played, because he looks like he could play in many positions. He could be a flank, possibly a centre.
Yeah, flank or centre, that's where I'm going with. So far, the men in red are very much got more smiles on their faces as Parnham walks past us, played a very good knock. On the stumps again. That has proven to be the better line to bowl. When you go on the stumps, the Zimbabwean batters are sort of just patted it back. But the onslaught's going to come, especially with 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah, and that's something we haven't spoken about enough. Just waiting for the innings to build, but the openers absorbed all the good bowling and really set Zimbabwe up to explode at the back end of this innings. So many wickets in hand. Just over 10 overs to go. You'd really think they're going to open up those shoulders in the next over or two. As we see one floated up, but well played by McWade.
Yeah, but for now, the smiles are on the Zimbabwean faces as their team have got to the 150. Coming off 33 overs. Rate is always on the up, and on they come yet again. Kingsmen.
Yeah, how do you know someone's a good batsman? He has many pairs of gloves in his bag.
Hated that. Oh, Nick, I mean, you said about the stories. I mean, you don't want to be a good 12th man. That is the worst thing you could ever do, especially in a 4-day game. Let me tell you, it is the worst thing, because once you're a good 12th man, you get the gloves out, you make sure when they come off, there's a drink right next to their seat and everything else. I mean, you will get selected every day of the week.
Yeah, it's one of those jobs where you don't want to be good at it.
No. You want to be on the field, and then you want to tell them, listen, I want X, Y, and Z done. Cupido continuing. So at this stage, they can have 5 men outside the circle. They've got 5 inside. They've only got 4 out so far.
Diving effort there, backward point, but Andy Walton looking to find the boundary. Sweeper runs around and gathers it. Looking for 3 runs there, but McWade just saying, whoa. The 2 is good enough, even though he's blitzed. What you were saying there about the field being spread, John O'Lane and I were speaking about it. With less fielders in the middle, it opens up the areas a bit more for those singles and 2s, so another way to accelerate the run rate.
Full toss, tickle around the corner. That could go all the way. Oh, McWade is not even running this time, and that's gone for 4. So the 2 runs followed by the 4. And they're all adding up here for the Zimbabweans.
Bit of a miss hit there, I think, by Walton, but he just caressed it into the right areas of the field and it ran away. You didn't even hear it come off the bat. As we see, Cupido comes in again, straight over his head. But again, good field placing by the captain. And Milan will pick it up. He's at a very straight long off.
Getting the shoulder in, getting the shoulder into the delivery.
Good stop there by the bowler. Straight back at him from McWade.
You okay? Dot ball. That's been a rarity. Ooh, tossed up. That's in the air. Oh, that's gone for 4. Simmers on his back. Simmons by name. Just steps on the boundary. Could easily have been a catch as well. As indicated, it's papers, as indicated by the umpire. 4 given. And Haku Kipero, he is not impressed.
Yeah, Simmers there again, just losing the perimeter of the field. Earlier when John O'Lane and I were on, he ran outside the boundary to stop a 4, but fortunately he didn't get a hand to it because I'm very sure the bowler would have been upset with him. And there once again, just losing where his footing was and stepping on that ball, but it was hit with power. So he didn't want to run in and commit and miss the ball. But unfortunately for him, stepping on that lane road. But you are not wrong about Cupido being really upset about that fielding effort.
It was a stare of death there. Just stared at him. Anyway.
Well, sometimes the stare is worse than the words.
Oh, that is the utter truth there. Sometimes you just want them, just say something. Say something. And if you don't get, what's he thinking? What's going on in his head? Anyway, Du Plessis continuing here. Flighted. Oh, there goes McWade. There goes McWade. Oh, and they come for the overthrows. Good pressure is the call there from the dugout.
You can see the Zimbabwean support and players just on their feet there to our left, really enjoying this batting partnership. A lovely ball there through the covers from McWade. Finds the sweeper, but positive intent from these 2 Zimbabwean batsmen, really getting the run rate ticking. And I think 250 can be on you if they keep going at this rate.
Well, 9 for the last 10 overs. Why not? Why not? Oh, little fine edge. Just past. Trollop the keeper. Simmers coming round. 2 runs it is. And every run is applauded here by the men in red.
9 runs and over is a big shout, but 8 wickets in hand. You have to back your batsmen. And apparently there are some big hitters to still come in the middle order.
We'll get you the updated score in a minute, as that has been frozen there. But there has been another good over this accumulated by these 2, Walton and McWade. Show.
The left armer, Du Plessis again, finding the spot he wants to land it on. Walton drives it straight to short cover. And that will be the end of the over.
Yeah, Zimbabwe find themselves 179 for 2. There's 8 overs left. So Walton currently on 47. McWade, he's on 19. Other matches happening. The Welsh team, they're playing at Greenpoint. They're in a very, very commanding position. 181 for 3. They're busy with the 30th over. And then the game just behind us, USA are 122 for 7 against South African Kudu's team. So 8 overs to go. I don't think McWade got the script. Yeah, he just patted that back. He could hit that anywhere.
Now maybe he's like us and following the scoreboard on the live stream and not on the scorecard. Thinking there's plenty of overs, but Jared comes towards us in the com box. McWade with his first 6, the second of the innings. Great strike there. John O'Lane mentioned he has the power to hit it. And just showing his arsenal.
I was about to
His
tell
Rambo.
you. I was about to tell you there, Nick. I don't think he got hold of that one. I think it was more the breeze that helped that over the boundary. Here, it looks like this is a shorter boundary coming towards us, and with the help of the breeze as well. So, well, if he connects one, well, it could end up on the ground below us.
Yeah, the Kurus will be in trouble in the field. Hunting season, yeah, for the Zimbabwean batsmen. Nothing like some good biltong. Hitting a couple of Impalas, knocking down some Kurus on the other field. Rory McWade, Rambo, enjoying his stint out in the middle. You see Capito. It's picked up by Walton. So sweet off the bat. Walton hits it with the wind, but that ball travels. That's his 50 up and appreciated.
Oh, Walton's saying, listen, if you can do it, I can show you how to hit a 6. And he's picked it up nicely.
Lovely, eh?
The third of the innings and his second. And Sands Thomas there, Peter Sands Thomas, just really enjoying that. He'll be in the commentary box, I'm sure. As we see another one here from Walton. Hasn't got the distance. And Simmers just watches it fly over his head.
Another huge hit. And now then, looks like we are in for some hitting here. The shackles have been loosened by these Zimbabwean batters, and they have decided, listen, we are going to try and hit every ball out the park here. 2 maximums already in this over. In fact, 3 maximums this over. Gotta love the red and black blazers. Beautiful.
Yeah, last night there was a joke that they looked like angry zebras. I was just as shocked as my Zimbabwean counterparts when they were called the angry zebras, but they took it well. A good bunch of players as we see them going for that walk around the field. Once again led by Pentland Smith.
How do you know?
The opener, JJ, has come towards the commentary box. JJ, tell us about that delivery you got. I heard it was a low one.
A little bit low, Matt. And with my height, let me tell you, it had to be really low to be low.
That's what I was worried about. I thought it was the perfect delivery for you, and you missed it. Missed the straight one, but we look forward to seeing more of those batting techniques and out there in the middle. Thanks for joining us here, and it's yours now.
It's yours now.
Well batted there. That was also quite low on the table, but you managed to pick that one up. As we see them play it through the leg side. McWade adding a big difference with all his singles.
Well, they're 1 run away from 200 here, Zimbabwe. Oh, characters are plenty.
Yeah, I did warn you about it, Eugene. The
Characters are
Zimbabwe inside, a fantastic bunch of gentlemen.
How do you know if a team is doing well? Just look at their supporting team, staff members, players walking around the ground. That is Tickle firing. The chase is on. Simmers, yet again, putting in the long yards, but that's going to bring up 200 for Zimbabwe.
Fantastic from South Africa's border neighbours, Zimbabwe, and really putting pressure on these Impalas. Poor Simmers has had to do a lot of covering. Yeah, no third man. Great shot over the cover region, placing it well between the two fielders on the boundary, and that will allow them to run through it for a 2. So once again, that running between the wickets, so good by these two men.
Well, that is a glorious shot. I know I didn't go for the boundary. Just caress that over. It's one short. It's one short, unfortunately. Oh, McWade, he says, me? Are you sure, umpire? Well, it's a good shot for 1 then.
It's never good to run 2 and it only counts for 1, so they'll be frustrated. But the fines master, he'll be onto that quickly.
Never miss a trick, the fines masters. Never miss a trick.
stand corrected, but I think it is Pentland Smith, the man who's been leading the charge around the boundary, being the fines master. Just taking some mental notes before he gets back to his little black diary.
Well, if he's a bowler, he will remember every one of them. Bowlers never forget. Never. Walton on 62. Of just 56 deliveries now. As that over comes to an end yet again. 39 gone. Just the 6 overs that remain.
It will be interesting to see if Cupido comes back into the attack. He's travelled a bit in his overs, 40-odd runs off his 6 overs. So the Zimbabweans would love to see him again.
It looks like it's going to be Barney. Barney de Klerk is going to come on and bowl.
I think the captain's hand was definitely forced there. He needed to make the change. The Zimbabweans really climbed into that last over. As we see Malan come down to the boundary in front of us, a very fit-looking man.
I was just about to say.
It's Malan. I'm not sure he should be playing in this over-60s side. He's looking really fit. You would never think he's over the age of 50 the way he's looking here in front of us. We can be... he can be proud of the efforts he's kept over the years to keep himself in shape.
Wow. Definitely agree with you there, sir. Definitely agree. Well, we now have 4 men. Is it in the ring? So Barney's decided, listen, I just want to stop the boundary. Oh, that's short. Dot ball. Oh, McWade missed out there.
He certainly did. I think that backward point region was screaming for one of those uppercuts. McWade just flat batted it back to the bowler. This time forces it down the leg side. There's no long stop, and that's going to run to the boundary. That will be frustrating for the captain, Eugene.
Yeah, it looks like the ball stopped as well, so the running has to be made. It's going to be 4 runs in total. So 3 run and then 1 for the wide. So not the best of start here from Barney. He's a big character, is he? Loves the game, always talks well, speaks well. But he is also a fiery character of note. I'm sure just waiting for one of the fielders to get into position. Much better line, much better length. I think this is going to be a big shot, Nick. This is going to be a big shot. Well, pick that short ball up. This is going to be the one.
A really compacted boundary area, yeah, to our right-hand side. Got a sweeper on the leg side, then a cow corner. Then a long on. And this time plays it slightly squarer, but the sweeper picks it up. Probably have about a 50-meter radius here. Area on the perimeter with 3 fielders, so they're really thinking that's where the Zimbabweans are going to offload. If they just wait a little bit longer, they can play it behind square. Plenty of space there.
Oh, here comes McWade, but the throw is going to come in. Simmers, you got to back up. Oh, you are still on the boundary there.
I love how you try and get the fielders to hear you. You raise your voice a little bit to get them. Maybe wake them up.
Sorry, it was just my cricketing instinct taking over there, and through they come yet again for the single. But just coming back to that field position, Nick, it was quite extraordinary. It's a sort of a deep mid-wicket. Then you got the cow, and then you got the long on. And between the long on and the deep mid-wicket, it must be like 50 meters, if not even.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting fielding tactic, but one that the captain backed to his bowler to bowl a certain length. But if the batsman just waits a little bit longer, use a bit of their wrists, basically the whole leg side is open from that deep mid-wicket. As we see Shaggers there on the left, holding up the bat in the air. I'm not sure if he's asking the batsman to change his bat or if he's pretending he's playing and celebrating 100. But Shaggers never far away from the entertainment area of the Zimbabwean side.
Well, 5 overs, apologies, 4 or 5 overs. Just let me get this right now. 5 overs to go. 210 for 2. 250 is definitely on, as you called it. Going at that rate as one of the fielders is going off. That is Ross Holing. Being substituted there as I think Armin has found himself back on the field. Du Plessis to continue. 5 men in the circle for him. McWade on strike. So we know what McWade's going to do. He's going to try and score with every delivery. There's the tickle. That gets Walton on strike. And it's been very good as well. I think the cricket has been excellent, I think, as well, Nick.
No, we've certainly been blessed here with the quality of cricket. You see Du Plessis comes in and it's a sweep shot here from Walton. He finds the gap, backward of square. It's a big chase, but the boundary will meet the ball before the fielder does and just politely given back by the Zimbabwean fielder.
Yeah, that was Barney de Klerk and Milan just looked at each other thinking who's going to chase that as the ball dissected the two of them. Went down to the boundary for 4. Walton is really trying to put his foot down here, folks. Oh, glorious shot through extra cover again. It was potentially a chance, but back-to-back papers here, back-to-back 4s.
Andy Walton on the charge, 5 overs to go. Is he looking for that big milestone? 72 of 61. It'll be a good effort to get close to it, but if he's there at the end, you'd really think Zimbabwe are going to get really close to that 250 mark that we spoke about. The left armer Du Plessis flighting it up, but Walton good enough. Just plays it over the cover region.
And that's the running from McWade yet again. He was actually pushing Walton for that second run. And obviously now tiredness, fatigue is creeping in here now. Bash down the ground and it will be double Nelson now. 2-2-2 for 2.
There's no ways McMahon really thought that was a single there. He just looked to drop it and thought he was going to set off there. Walton was just like, wait, no. Definitely not going to happen. And Trollop, the keeper, he's been good all morning behind the stumps for the Impalas. Was alert to that. But the scoreboard ticking over for the Zimbabwean batsman. And these two building a good partnership. Rory McWade, 30 of 26. 1 or 2 boundaries, but most of his runs coming from those singles and those 2s. And Andy Walton, 75 of 63. We know how good he's been with bats in hand.
24 balls to go. What can Zimbabwe end up with here? And what a position they find themselves in here.
We talk about scoreboard pressure quite a lot, Eugene. What do you think, what effect might it have on veterans who have seen big totals before, rather compared to maybe the youngsters? As we see a great shot straight over the bowler and the umpire. And that's going to trickle down here to the side screen right next to us. And Eugene, being the good man that he is, goes and feels it there for the Impalas. Maybe looking to get selected in the future.
I'll just hope to be in fine fitter like some of these men that find themselves on the field. That was an excellent shot. Straight over Barney, the clerk's head, in his steams again.
He didn't even wait for Milan to get back on the field there, did Barney? He just started bowling. Milan still like a tracer bullet trying to get back to his fielding position.
That's an excellent shot through extra cover. Save the legs, fellas. Save the legs. That's going to go to the boundary for another 4. You spoke about scoreboard pressure there, and these men being as competitive as they are, they want to go out there and win. And certainly they're going to go about there trying to get to that score, and they're going to think, listen, we got to be up with the rate as quickly as we possibly can. But the one thing that they must also be very aware of is that it is a very good pitch. The outfield is quick, so you get very much value for runs here, as you always do. But you can also hit the ball with the breeze to the shorter boundary, which we think is towards us here in the commentary box then. But it's going to be a big total for South Africa to chase here first up. Oh, that is huge. That has gone absolute mile. Watch out below.
We spoke about hitting the Impalas and shooting the kudus, and the commentators down on the bottom
They were
field
ducking.
had a big fright, and another big shout out to the sponsors. 1.5 Premium Real Estates gazebos there, saving the commentators on the bottom field.
And still Lane walks around with no smile on his face. I mean, it must be so difficult.
Doesn't have his pads on, disappointed by the captain's decision to bat him down the order.
He's hard to please, this guy, isn't he?
I'm very pleased. We're all very pleased.
It's such a team, man. We're all very pleased everyone's doing well, but we all want to turn to bat.
Did JJ come and have a spell on the commentary?
He had one sentence. He told us that the ball kept really low, and he said it's really low because he's not the tallest man. We did give him some gears about it because he was able to pick the muffin up off the table, and the table's quite low.
Oh, actually,
So-
it was waist height to him. That's why he wears a helmet.
Yeah, he missed a straight one. But he was in good spirits. I think it's only because he came and spoke to us a lot long after he was out. So it would have been interesting to have a chat with him straight away.
No, he was all right, actually. He was all right. But I told you that McQuaid would start running.
No, you certainly have, and he's helped the emphasis
here.
here.
A lot of ones, a lot of twos.
We're trying to work out what
And
rugby
then you-
position he played.
Eh?
We're trying to work out which rugby position he played.
I don't know. He's represented national team in about 5 different sports. Not rugby, but all sorts of different sports.
Very
When
talented.
he does something, he does it properly.
No, he certainly does. And he's enjoying his time out there in the middle with Waltz.
So the interesting thing now is, I think Walton has got his eye on 100, right? And he has had, when he was 63 and there was 10 overs left, we were having a discussion over there, and the guys who know him said he'll definitely have his eye on 100 now.
Well, he's certainly been hitting the ball as cleanly as ever. And like the areas he hits, he plays good cricket shots. He's got 2 things on his mind: a big total for Zimbabwe and the ton.
Must go wide, surely.
John O'Lane calling it early, yeah. Quicker than shotgun.
No, he was way quicker than
And
shotgun
I have to
Harrison
call him
there.
Pistol Pete. The Waltz here on 89 at the moment, off 70 deliveries, 11 to get to that milestone. Couple overs left to go. He'll look to get the strike. I'm sure McWade will farm it to him.
But you can see the area he's looking to hit. He wants to hit the ball, not aerially, into the breeze. And then when they change the over, he comes with the breeze and attacks it.
Very
And you
smart
can
batsman.
see the experience of the man.
And John O'Lane, the experienced commentator here, joining us in the com box. He mentioned it earlier.
Simmers again. Simmers. I mean, if there's one man that's touched the ball for, 50% of the time already is him alone.
Yeah, and it's a lot safer when he's fielding in the ring. He doesn't have to step on the boundary rope as he did earlier or run outside of it.
Was that a 4?
Yeah, he's
done it a few times.
took the ball into the chest and stepped on the boundary. He was so disappointed, but no one was as disappointed as Cupido, the bowler. Spoke about the deaths there that he got there.
That and more, Nick. That and more.
See Marks continuing his second spell. He had a great opening spell, did Marksy Boulder from the commentary box, and now switching to the Virgin active end.
I'm not sure that has gone to plan there, because it looks like McWade has farmed the strike with 2 overs to go.
I think he'll rotate it off the first ball of the over.
Lane hoping it will be off the first ball, that there will be a single. If not, then, I mean, the frown might come back. All we'll say is, listen, it's not us, it's not we. We're just calling it here.
Walton on 91, needing 9. I'm sure that's what the little chat, the second chat was. Both batsmen had a chat, went to the opposite ends, and then they came back to have just one more discussion. They can see their scores on the scoreboard as well, so they'll know how much he's on and what he needs to do to get there. Rambo just looking around.
Surely you want to hit another 6. Surely.
Well, this just depends. Is Waltz a team man? Does he want bigger scores, or does he want the strike? Oh, it's a short single straight to the cover field, and McWade sets off. And he gives the strike back to Walton.
This is the plan, doesn't he?
There's a plan, and they're executing it so well at the moment. Waltz with the wind. Straight over. Incoming.
Oh, that's a 6, and I'm not
He
sure
knocks
why
out the
we're not
scorers.
catching the ball.
The score is showing that they're not willing to play cricket here, diving out the way at the last minute. A massive 6 there by Waltz. As I mentioned, he's going to look to go with the wind. You mentioned the tactics. As soon as he gets on that far side of the field, at least we know the scorers are now awake.
Well, not sure what they were doing there.
They almost moved in slow-mo. They thought it was going to go over there, and then the ball was getting closer and closer. They decided they needed to get out the way. But another fantastic shot there from Andy Walton.
Moves to 97.
Looks like he must have fought that hippo off. He's a strong batsman, yeah. Oh, nothing like a good forward defensive after a big 6. The shock on your face, Eugene. What is this man doing?
What's going on? Just hit the ball over the head. Oh, that's an edge. That's going to run down. Now then, the chase is on. McWade is being urged to run hard. That's going to be red balloons for Walton. 99. And that brings up to 250 for Zimbabwe.
McWade has certainly played his part here, running those 2s.
Oh, get on your bike here. Get on your bike, McWade.
Is it through the... straight to the cover fielder, but this time hit too hard and not able to get that single. You don't want to be run out on 99.
No, we know a few of those men. I think Michael Slater holds a record for the most dismissals in the 90s, I think.
I was about to say, I'm sure there's a couple Australians, but no South Africans are ever sad about that.
Oh, that is so harsh. Nick. Oh, there it is. There it is. 100 for Andy Walton. Coming off 77 deliveries. It's been a magnificent knock. He's hit the ball to all parts here at Claremont Cricket Ground. And he's certainly well appreciative of that. It's been a super knock. And what a position he has put Zimbabwe in here against South Africa Impalas as we go into that final over.
Yeah, we spoke about the experience when he walked into the wickets at number 3. The Impalas might have thought they got that breakthrough and they were going to kick on from that. But Walton, since he's come to the crease, has just been showing his experience and been so dominant. Worked it out slowly in the beginning, then just accelerated and hasn't taken his foot off the pedal. A fantastic century in the first game. 100 off 77 deliveries. What a way to start this over-60s international cricket tournament.
Well, and now he's just going to be playing his shots. That's a boundary of the first ball of the final over. Just a little bit down the leg side. Just helped on its way by Walton. Well, McWade is thinking, hey, listen, I'm 16 runs away from a 50 here. Give me a few balls. See if I can bash it to all parts here, maybe.
I think that will be a big task to get 16 off 4 or 5 deliveries.
Oh, that is in the air. Oh, that's going to land in that all-important fielder position called no man's land. And it's just going to be a single.
So McWade on strike, needing 16. Is it possible? 4 deliveries.
Well, the man that has played representing his country in 4 different sporting codes. I mean, anything is possible. What?
We need to find out what those sporting codes are.
Yeah, that's what we need to find out. Well, we know he hasn't played rugby for his country.
I'm assuming one
cricket.
of them must be some sort of martial arts, possibly karate, judo maybe. He looks like someone that could dominate a judo match. Really strong. They're just trying to figure out what's going on here.
Well, I think what they're saying is one of the fielders might have been outside the circle. So this is going to be a free hit.
This might be interesting here for McWade. This is going to get that 50 a little bit closer for him. There's surely only one option on here.
Oh, I'm looking around and there's 4 men in the ring. But anyway, free hit. Oh, that is edged. Oh, Simmers, you're back in the action, son. Just for one. That free hit hasn't gone very far. So now we do have 4 deliveries still to go. $258. It is a big total. And still, Marks is just saying, listen, still don't understand what the noble was. Quicker. An extra cover does what it needs to do. Just the one.
Yeah, he's certainly maybe a bit frustrated is the bowler. He definitely got through that delivery quicker through the crease and through the air. This time, given a bit more flight, trying to trickle it around the keeper is McWade. Bit of a leaning edge there. But the wicket just needs to come around and collect it. As the innings comes close to an end here, Walton will look to add as many as he can.
Again, tries to guide it down.
You can see, even though he's got the 100 and it's the end of the innings, Eugene still not willing to hit against the winds. He understands cricket. He understands how he scored his runs. So just looking to caress it, yeah, backward of square. And the point areas this time through the covers, but straight to the sweeper. And another single between this partnership. It would be interesting to know how many singles and twos these two batsmen have put on together, really supporting each other in this partnership.
Yeah, that it has. It's been good. Very easy on the eye. That's going to be wide outside the off stump, and that dot ball is going to signal the end of this first innings. The first innings of this Over-60s international cricket tournament here in South Africa, in Cape Town, where it is the team from Zimbabwe. The Zimbabwean veterans have put on a massive total of 261 for 2. Apparently that is going to be updated to 263 for 2. And it's still going to mean that South Africa is going to have a big total to get here in this opening encounter of this tournament. But it's really been pleasing on the eye. The way Zimbabwe have batted there as well.
Yeah, fantastic, and a great innings there, as we've mentioned, from Andy Walton. Well supported by Rory McWade. And we can't forget about the good start that they had and the foundations laid there from JJ, John Jamison, as well as his opening partner, 30 and 60 for the teams respectively, as we see Walton just getting a round of applause as he comes off for a well-played, unbeaten 100 and a good first innings for the Zimbabwean side in this tournament, Eugene.
Yeah, and let's not forget JJ Jameson. He got 33. Palm, he got 63. You said there, Walton finishes on 107 with Rory McWade, I should say, 36, not hard. A couple of the bowlers did really well. Ismail Taladia bowled his 9 overs on the bounce, and I think he's quite happy about that. Only going for 33 off his 9. Peter Marks as well, 34 of 8. He was very tidy as well, but for the rest, it was a little bit of a struggle. But the men from Zimbabwe batted really nicely, really smartly as well as they go into this innings break. It's going to be South Africa needing 264 for victory. Join us after the lunch break. We will see how the Impalas get on against their partners here, Zimbabwe veterans.
Make it big screen.
Oh, welcome back. Lunch has been done. A thing of the past. 263 is what the team in red got. Zimbabwe, a fine knock. It was with all their batters really getting in and getting a score. And now it is up to the South African Impalas to try and get to 264 for victory in this opening clash of this Over-60s international tournament here in Claremont. My name is Eugene Molin. With me, Nick Clegg. Well, we've seen Zimbabwe with bat in hand. What can we expect with ball in hand?
I'm not sure, because after lunch it's always difficult to go into the field. It's difficult to get into the commentary box. Thank goodness we didn't have to climb up any scaffolding. Or big thank you once again to 1.5 for this gazebo. As we see Raj Naik, or Naik rather, into the bowling attack. Left arm spin operating from that far side. We said straight away that Zimbabwe would bring the spinners probably on from that side. John O'Lane said the same when he joined me. And we'll see what Raj can do from that side. Whoa! Oh, the batsman playing fun and games, coming out down the wicket off the track. And, just hitting with his trailing arm there. Was Raj, I'm sure Pentland Smith is writing that down in the fines book. First over of the tournament, and it's not something you want to do.
Well, I hope it's an A4 size paper he has and not an A5, because fines masters, they normally they pick everything up. But yeah, it is Nike to start us off here, and he started nicely here. 2 dot balls. Make that 3. Not sure of the follow through there from Nike. He just ambles up there, turns the arm over, and looks like he follows through more after. Well, good run, and that is Holding, who gets off the mark. He's out batting with Roy Meersa, just taking his guard.
Yeah, and it looks like the captain, Greg McDonald, is not going to be the wicketkeeper in this first innings for them. And JJ there behind the stumps. So the captain feeling that he'd be better placed somewhere in the field. Lovely to see the support from the Zimbabwean families that have come out with the players. There's about 5 spouses that have come out with the players, so lovely to see that they get that support from their wives. It's not easy as a sportsman to tell your wife, I'm going on a golf tour or a cricket tour. So the one way to get on it is to invite them along.
Especially when you come to South Africa, especially here in Cape Town this time of the year. It's not overly hot, so it can be very pleasant here as well, as that is a very, very tidy over. 2 runs coming from it. Single of the bat and the wide.
Nothing to panic about for the Impalas. They saw how to construct and build an innings from the Zimbabweans in the first innings. Just take your time, play out the good bowler. We had one bowler from the Impalas on the far side. They bowled 9 on the trot. Didn't go for many, and all the other bowlers took a bit of stick later on in the innings.
I don't think we'll see it from this end unless you're a spin bowler as well. But now we're going to see Van Staden it is. Mike Van Staden. Going to be bowling here from the commentary end.
Yeah, it was bowling quite nicely yesterday in the nets. We'll hope for much of the same today.
Oh, he certainly gives it some wally down there. First real seamer we really see charging in here. We saw Taladia bowl quite nicely, 9 on the bounce for the South African Impalas. punted off the back foot, but no run.
Mike goes by the nickname Pork Pie.
Pork pie. Pork pie.
I don't ask questions. Pork Pie. Oh, batsman pulling out there. Van Staden not happy there. Just giving the batsman the wave. Gave up tennis to play cricket. The good man. Although there's a lot of money in tennis these days, he might be regretting that decision.
Just played behind square. We had a little bit of a chat with McWade just before he came on comms, and what an interesting life he has had and is having.
Yeah, I think that's only just the tip of the iceberg, as they say. He seems like he's got a lot more to tell us. It'll be good to get him in the comms box one of these games and see if he's willing to tell us all his stories at once.
That's a full toss. Oh, now they decide now they're going to scamper through. Get another single. Yeah, holds the Masters record for the, is it the heptathlon, is it?
Decathlon.
Decathlon? Yeah.
Can't imagine doing one athletics event. Imagine 10.
Well, that just sounds that is McWade. I mean, one sport. Why do you want to be good at one sport? That's just crazy.
This Rambo nickname that he was given when he's 20 is starting to make more and more sense.
But yeah, that raises another interesting point. In the fact that you don't see it that often. Too many sportsmen excelling in more than one sports code and representing your country at more than one sports code. Just watch it, please.
Yeah,
you don't find it at schools. I mean, we've done and seen a lot of schools, sports being played, and every sporting coach just want their person to be there for them throughout the year. Now, it's not just about, okay, halfway through the year you can do athletics, halfway through you can do rugby, and now it's throughout the year now.
Yeah, it's a full-time commitment these days. Some schools even start with their winter sports training before the summer sports begin. There's a lot of team sports, I suppose, in the winter season, so trying to get those dynamics, team dynamics, chemistry, and then just the peer pressure and pressure from parents and other opposition schools, just trying to raise the sports level bar. As we see Raj coming in again, beautiful ball by Raj. Talk about that follow through. We see it again. It's almost a walk through in his delivery stride, and then he has a little bit of a strut afterwards. But he's landing it on a penny at the moment, is Raj Naik.
I want to put you on the spot here, Nick. What is your take on that? What is your take on one sport, especially a girl or boy being at school and being told, listen, you got to choose early on in your school career which sport or which way you want to go? And we've seen of late, as you've mentioned, that we see more and more sport codes saying, listen, you got to choose. What is your take on it?
So my day job was a school teacher, so academics first and then sports. But as a lover of sport, I think it's really important. You see Raj there just with another good delivery, well left by the Impala batsman. I believe in playing a wide variety of sports because there's different skill sets that you learn, team chemistry, dynamics, how to deal with different people, the soft skills that you get from playing different sports. Bit of a loose shot there into the covers, but fielded by the skipper. I think sports like hockey and cricket go really well together. Water polo and rugby, a lot of fierce ferocity happens in those polo pools.
Excuse me. Couldn't see.
So I think having dual codes is really good for the sportsman. Also, it's a sad thing to say, but it is the truth. There's only about 1-2% of school talent makes it onto the international stage. So you want to be well-rounded, because when you get older, you want to be able to still play sports that are globally played, such as even a golf, tennis, cricket, games that you can play long into life. Not many of us are going to play rugby into our 50s, 60s. So yeah, I'm a big fan of them being allowed to play different sporting codes and build different muscles that you might not in one particular sporting code.
Well, yeah, can't agree with you more. I think it's good that they do try and find out more about different sporting codes. Great shot through extra cover. The chase is on. McWade chasing that. Easy going to get there. Oh, I call that a Bobby Simpson. Has gone for 4. I'll explain my Bobby Simpson in a short while, but that was an excellent shot. First boundary for South Africa.
Jeez, but can we just talk about the speed that Rambo ran at there? He just accelerated, was getting quicker and quicker. The boundary needed to be bigger for him to get there, though. This is something that we didn't see too much from the Impalas, but the speed from the bowlers is really going to help the batsman find those gaps and get the ball quicker to the boundary. Field placing is going to be important. Van Staden. Again, a much better line there from Van Staden. Batsman leaving it well.
There's the old leave, eh? You can see as an opening batter holding. I'm going to explain my Bobby Simpson to you. Bobby Simpson was an Australian cricketer. And what he was good at, well, that is flicked off the legs. Again, the chase is going to be on. They're going to come back for 2. Yes, they are. So more impetus in the 2s early on in this innings from South Africa, Impalas. But Bobby Simpson had this cunning knack of hitting the ball towards the boundary with just enough pace to keep the fielder interested. But the fielder could never get there, and it just literally beat him to it. So that's when you see those are my Bobby Simpsons.
Sounds like an Australian thing to do. This ball's played through the covers to Rambo. Look at that arm over the stumps.
No, he's showing off now. Now he's showing off.
In decathlon there is javelin, so it would make sense. As you were speaking, I think he said he was the Africa champion. There was actually just so many facts there, we can't recall them all. And starting in again. Good speed. Pogba.
The fascinating thing, Nick, about that conversation we had was he was going to really keep going on with one point, and he said, oh, hold on, there's not enough. Let me just get on with the others. It's played on in the offside. Yes, so still waiting to get off the mark. 11 without loss after 4. We saw the steady start early on, but then started to rotate the strike more. They're starting to get boundaries, Zimbabwe. So the Impalas just need to look at that run rate required.
Looks like Rambo is going to run from coast to coast here. Oh, he just ran in to have a word. He's going to run all the way back out. Look at him go. Oh, Rambo. I wish the camera could rotate just to show the viewers how much ground this man has covered between the over. The left arm spin of Raj. Another great delivery. Just landing it on the penny at the moment. You can see why the Impalas are being forced to take those singles when they can.
Yeah, I think Howling will be the aggressor here. 10 of 19 deliveries so far. It's a off stump looking to play that late through the point area. Misses out. We've seen a number of batters try to play that today and missed out. So maybe it's a case in point that it's not maybe the favorable area on this pitch today. It's still a very good looking pitch. Oh, the inside edge, the inside edge.
Looks like Jamison was asking a question there. We know Jamison is not afraid to have a question or two for the umpires. So
I was about to say when he was batting and the wide wasn't given, he had words to say to the umpire. Then umpire shotgun Harrison on the far side there. Rate required has gone to 6.2, and we'll keep a steady eye on that rate.
And that's the pressure you can create by batting first. Zimbabwe winning the toss and electing to bat. A good decision it turned out to be from the captain.
Oh, excellent decision. Excellent decision. This is a cut shot. Oh, it's a misfield, and that is going to go to a boundary. And Mercer is off the mark with that boundary.
Yeah, I was just thinking, is that John O'Lane that led it through? And it was him indeed. Just a double check there on the score sheet to see number 20.
Does that go in the Fines Masters notepad?
I'd just be interested to see what Jono would say if he was in the com box for that. Raj back on that penny. See Van Staden just strolling yesterday at the net session, or rather Saturday at the net session. What was really awesome to see was the amount of swing that the different bowlers were getting from the Zimbabwean side. So there's Sandy's tall, a lanky bowler, just in the covers at the moment in jumper number 10, gets a bit of swing, and then it's that man again, Walton, swings, shapes it from the hand away from the batsman. Straight to Zeal in the covers.
Yeah, I wonder how they're going to get on with this ball. Here's a pink ball they're using. Blaster, I think it was called.
Yeah, that's correct. A blaster, and it stays really hard for a very long time. Almost like hitting a rocket stages.
Yeah, the ball comes out here to McWade.
Straight to the captain, Greg McDonald, mid-wicket.
Oh, might be a good time to just check on the other games happening around in this tournament as well. If we can get
Yeah,
past
we'll
the
just
technical-
wait for you, Eugene, to update us.
Just, I mean, that is just Murphy's Law, isn't it?
To put the markers on yourself. Well, the Impalas will be happy that you're not putting it on them. They're building a slow partnership here. 18 for no loss at the moment. Good start for the boys in the grey and pink.
Oh, the umpire at the commentary, and he has been very, very strict on the wide call. While umpire Harrison has been very lenient. As long as they're consistent. That's in the air. That's in the air. And lands safely. And that over comes to an end. 6 gone. 20 without loss. Looks like Lane is just going to go off, I think.
Yeah, he looks to be hobbling a little bit here. He's calling on Andy Walton. Walton maybe just needing an extended lunch break after that fantastic knock.
I think if Lane calls you up, you better get going. Don't care if you scored 100, mate. Get yourself on this field, please.
They know they can certainly use him in the bowling department as well. It will be interesting to see which side he wants to bowl from with the way swing that he gets. Will he want to bowl with the wind and help it a bit more, take it away from the batsman, or into it, maybe get a bit of drift, but he bowls quite a decent pace as well. I think that's what I was most surprised about at the training session, how quick some of them were getting the ball through over the age of 60. It was quite something to behold. See Raj there, another great ball, really just forcing defensive play from the Impalas. After 6.5 overs, only 20 runs on the board.
He can be a little bit more sort of testing Mercer more than Holding. Mercer has faced 15 deliveries for his 5 runs. Again, a ball just patted back, and this is what you can do. So sometimes you do get batters like that where you can just say, oh, I can bowl more of a half volley, or I'm not under pressure to find a good line and length, because you know the batter's not going to try and put it away, while Ross Holding, he's trying to hit the ball. That's a full toss, and they're going to come through for the single. Steady stuff from Raj. 2 balls to go. This is 4th over. Just conceded 10 runs so far. This is all what's required from the men in red.
Eugene, what should be the call now for the captain, Greg McDonald? Does he continue with Raj Naik on that far side, let him finish and almost like a path and just squeeze the life out of the Impalas early on the game, force them to be aggressive after this excellent spell? Or does he take him off and bring him on later and hope that he can have the same sort of impact later on in the innings?
I think he just should keep going. Because the other thing that Raj does do well is he gets through the overs very, very quickly. And when that happens, the rate has now gone to 6.4, I'm led to believe there. And that's how the rate just keeps going up. So I think if you're a Zimbabwean fan, Zimbabwean supporter, you want them, Raj, to continue and keep that rate being pushed up. For South Africa, it's wide outside the off stump. That's going to be a wide. But for South Africa, they just need to find a way here to just try and just rotate the strike a little bit more, find the gaps, run ones, maybe put the bad ball away for 4. But there's almost a similar start that we had before. But we saw what came with 2 batters that were really set, got a good platform set. So still a lot for South Africa to do, but they shouldn't feel pressurized at this stage.
Yeah, the experience of the Zimbabwean side coming through in almost rushing the batsman in how quickly they're getting through their overs. So every time the batsman looks up, they look at the scoreboard and they see we've gone through 6 overs already, then 8, and then it's going to get to 10, 15. And that's going to create pressure for the Impalas. See Van Staden again on the money, outside off stump. A French cut towards backward. Square leg. Van Staden on the money again. Great defense by Ross Holding.
Trying to force that through extra cover. Here's McWade. Oh, picks it up. Well, certainly one of the stronger arms we've seen here on show today, although, I mean, standing behind me might have a different thing to say. For years, I've been chirped by these boys. I'm getting my own back now, Nick. I'm getting my own back.
Well, I believe you'll be commentating a few of their games this week, so they need to be careful how they treat you.
No, always good things to say about them. They've been, I mean, the good thing about it is seeing these guys still out there. All the teams, in fact, but ones that you sort of had a passing glance of and you would greet it at looking at all the club grounds or even provincial grounds, and you would see all these familiar faces, and now you see them out there representing South Africa. I think it's brilliant. It's a great concept. The only thing I will say, however, I'm not going to put the span in the works, though, Nick. I will say, it's maybe at this level, it should be maybe a maximum of 40, maybe even 35 overs. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna. It's just my thoughts. That's just my thoughts. And because remember, they are over 60s, and I'm saying this with the utmost respect. I think maybe for them it would be quite classy because there's a lot of games this week. They're going to be playing 2 games. They've got 1 day off. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 games, day off, 2 games, day off, and then 2 games to finish. So.
It's quite a toll. So, but still, good to be a part of this tournament.
Yeah, Raj Naik, he has been fantastic for the Zimbabwean side, opening on the Virgin Active end of the field.
Did you want him to have a break? Raj should just pull through.
No, I would not take him out the attack at all. So we see some of the Impalas running into obstacles here in front of us, avoiding the hunters from Zimbabwe. Great diving effort there in the covers. And that's San Thomas.
That's your man there.
Peter San Thomas. Yeah, he'll love to be in the commentary box. He's been asking since I met him, am I allowed to get in that box with you and have some words on the mic? Said he came through, but we were doing a good enough job in his eyes, so he left it to us.
Oh, it's cut away straight to that man again. Yeah, he's in the thick of things, isn't he? Tell you what, by the sounds of it, there's a few men in your team that we probably shouldn't give the mic to. The eagerness, the willingness and eagerness to get on the comms. I'm worried now.
No, you have to be worried when someone is so eager, but they've got such good stories, and it's always good to chat to the players. And they'll give us some inside information. We had a lot from John O'Lane. He was excellent here in the comm box. Really poised in his speech, and gave us some good insights to what the captain maybe had said to them before the game and how the different players would play their roles. He spoke about Walton only hitting with the wind. He explained when McWade comes into the batting lineup that he'll look for those singles and twos, and that's exactly what happened. So the experience counting on their side. We see Walton just warming up to our right. He's trying to put his hand up for the MOM here, it looks like.
Well, if you had a good knock with the bat, why not? Get it out the way early doors, boys. But the other pleasing thing on the eye, this is the 10th over. And we've yet to go through half an hour. Just shows how quickly they get through the overs, yeah.
Yeah, and the Impalas shouldn't worry too much about the runs because Zimbabwe only had 33 runs on the board after 10 overs.
Correct, yes.
And we saw the total that they got to in the end. So we see Van Staden again in quickly through his delivery stride. And
but you got to cash in on these dots. Yes, it's all good and well cashing on these dots or getting the dots early doors, but you got to make sure that you bat through most of the innings. Just trying to nudge it onto the onside. But what I've liked from the Zimbabwean team is their willingness and their intent in the field to stop the singles. Oh, it's another inside edge. And there's a few spokes on the wheel there in that direction off the inside edge already.
Yeah, I think you were right about your call there on the singles. Just trying to cut off those easy singles. They saw how nicely it's rotated in their own batting lineup, so they don't want that to happen for the Impalas.
Oh, is that a mis-stumping? Is that a mis-stumping? That's a wide, yes. Oh, is that another one that goes down to JJ? John Jameson, another one he has to answer for when he comes to the fines later.
This man will be writing a test in the fines meeting. That one also kept low, though, JJ.
Did it keep low? Oh, that is pulled away with the plum. By Holding. That is a much-needed boundary for Impalas. Partnership grows to 34 now.
This might be the problem when you bowl in partnership, so important. Raj Naik on the far side gets through his overs so quickly. It doesn't allow the fast bowler on the commentator's end to catch his breath between overs. So partnerships in bowling is quite important. It's often why you see two spinners operating together rather than someone coming off a long run-up and then a spin on the opposite end, just to give that bowler a little bit of a breather between. You can see the bowler straight to the captain having some words. Skip, I think I might need a break after that one.
Well, he's got through 5 overs for 14 runs. Apologies, that's Nate. Raja got 5 overs, 14 runs. But what I was going to say, South Africa Impalas are 2 runs to the good so far after the first 10 overs. Just a reminder that the first power play, that's 15 overs, where the fielding team can have 3 men outside the circle. From over 16 to 30, they can have 4 men. And then in the last 15 overs, they can have 5 men outside that circle. But as we heard earlier, and there was quite a good insight, Nick, when we heard some of the Zimbabweans on comms, and they said they're very reluctant to have 5 out because that just gives another gap for the batsman to play it into.
Bonk doing the work there in the covers. Peter Sands Thomas, nicknamed Bonk. I won't explain why.
Oh, that is hit onto the onside. McWade's got some work to do. Oh, I wouldn't take that arm on. Gets it in, so keeps it on to 1. Much appreciated by his teammates as well. I've seen a few familiar faces at lunchtime. Mr. Birkenstock is here as well. Deals with all the umpires within South Africa. Just fresh off the SA schools that was happening up there in Pretoria. It was a very successful few days up there as well. And they were well done by the weather as well.
What I realized at lunch is that I am commentating with royalty here in the Cape region. Eugene, you know everyone, but everyone knows you. Every time you try to have a bite of your meal, you had to stand up and shake someone else's hand. I thought you were going to have to ask for a takeaway box. So what a privilege it is to be in the comm box with you and learn from you. And hopefully one day we get that 4-day together. I can only imagine the raucous the commentary box would be under with the 2 of us there.
3 2-hour 10 sessions.
We'll take it all. We'll take it all. This is just the warm-up. 90 overs together, yeah. Every now and again pulling in one of the players.
Oh, that's brilliant. I love getting them in. That's awesome. No, it's just as I said, it's just been good getting to know a few of the folk.
A few. I think all of them. You know all of them. I think the only guys you haven't met are the Zimbabwean guys, but after today, you'll be greeting them at lunch tomorrow and on Thursday and Friday. You'll come from other venues and people will still know. Oh, it's been
No, Nick,
fantastic.
stop it now, Nick.
It's
Nick.
been fantastic. Oh, I've got 40 overs to go. Yeah. Somebody stop me.
Well,
And see, Van Staden didn't get his wish. Yeah, he's still on.
I'm telling you, one spell for the seamers as the way forward. Certainly want to get a move on as well. 12th over to begin. Oh, that is up in the air. Oh, and just goes over Walton's head. That's a maximum. First one. That goes away for the Impalas, and that goes to Holing. It's just a little bit off the boundary there as well.
Yeah, I was just looking at that now. He was slightly off. Still would have been a tough catch, but maybe if he was planted on that boundary rope, he would have given himself more of a chance. But the first real shot of aggression from the Impalas, so they're showing that they can do this. Big total to chase down, 42 for nothing, a great start.
And I think that shot was helped by the breeze that is blowing in that direction as well, and the shorter of the boundaries here. And I'm sure that will be looked at. If there's another game here at Claremont Cricket Club, they might bring the boundaries in, especially the ones on the far side. It is an absolute trek out that side. Good start for the Impalas. 43 without a loss. Seven runs off this over. They're well ahead of the rate. So they want to cash in on the remaining 3 balls. And that is important, especially when you get an early boundary.
Straight to bonk there in the covers. He's almost fielding at a short cover.
Oh,
Fun starting with a delayed appeal.
Well, he first had a look at the umpire and then thought, should I or shouldn't I? Well, I might as well ask a question.
The stare down. We say the stare is worse than the words.
Well, after being hit for 6 of his very first ball, over still went for 7. That's a good comeback by Van Staden. 12 gone, 43 without loss. Platform set yet again. I'm sure Raj is going to continue. Or maybe he's not, as Walton seems to be making his way to bowl. And I'm a little bit surprised, I have to admit. I think Raj was doing a very good job, and he was getting through the overs as well.
Yeah, I think the only thing I can think of, the captain is looking for some wickets. So trying to bring something different in. I mentioned that Walton swings it, or rather shapes it from the hand. Beautiful away movement, but he has the ability to bring it back in. So I wouldn't be surprised if he sets up the batsman 3 or 4 away and just bring that next delivery in, as we see Shaggers make his way past the comm box. He'll be joining us later. Says his throat's a bit sore, but we'll get him a lozenge and he'll be back in here with us. He's doing a fantastic job there, carrying the water around for the players. Now that they're in the field, he has to make his way around the whole oval.
Yeah, that he has. And I mean, what I've picked up from all these teams, there are 4 teams playing here at Claremont Cricket Club. They all have got characters aplenty. Smiles, laughs. You certainly know the team that has been in the field. The other team looks well rested. Well, cap on. Oh, there is the shape you were talking about.
It's very interesting in the match. He bowls with his cap on, but at practice he took it off. in my league back in East London, if we bowl the cap on, you know the fines master is going to get you afterwards in the game.
I'll just tickle around the corner. So it's just one. what I like, and we've seen it at over 60s, and I'm telling you, we'll see it at school level as well. So in between that, we also will see it. Now, the very first ball was a wide delivery, swinging delivery, got hit there. And then Walter does the old, just got to loosen my arms up a little bit more. If it was a wicket-taking delivery, he'll never do that. Never, ever would he do that. Oh, that's nicely played. Just the one run.
And you can see that shape. It comes straight from his hand. I believe in his younger days, it used to move a lot later in the air. So slightly easier to read for the batsman when it's coming from the hand. But still a good skill set to have for a bowler in the over 60s division. I'm sure we'll see one shape back in shortly.
The thing that will help him, you said he's an indoor cricketer as well. There's not much room as a seamer in the indoor cricket sort of area. However, he looks like a man that has that few steps and can get it in and can still get the ball through as well. And he's got this capability, as you rightly said, to just make that ball talk a little bit. Here's that late movement as well.
A lot slower through the over is Walton compared to Raj Naik.
Oh, they're going to hurry through here. Through they come for the single. That's good communication by these two. Just 3 runs away from a opening stand of 50. Still think Raj should have bowled. Still saying Raj should have bowled. That's why that's at the off stump. Playing a miss signals the end of over number 13. Score remains 47 without a loss. The other one was if you bowled a no ball, you scratch your foot there by the marking. And what's going on? Maybe it slipped. Or you give it the old stare down at the old umpire. Are you sure? That's not my mark there, are they?
Yeah, that definitely still happens at club cricket. I can tell you for sure. I can tell you for sure. Any type of no ball, someone can. Oh, it's Rambo into the attack. Now, yesterday at the nets, he was coming off about a 10-pace runner. And I asked him, you keep bowling these off-cutters in the nets, but they were quite quick. So I said, like, how far is your actual up? He said, it's a good 20 yards. So at the age of 60-odd, running in from 20 yards, it's going to be a long day for him running into the wind. But who else would you have picked to run into the wind as a fast bowler?
Imagine a bride with him there. I mean, you would sell tickets, man. You'll make a killing. Just say, listen, you can listen to this man. He's played about 50 sports. Come and listen to him. Oh, here he goes, McWade. Oh, the old follow through.
When your follow through is longer than your run up, then you know. But that's all the speed there, just coming through that shoulder again. We mentioned decathlon, which obviously means involved in the javelin. And, maybe he'll just build up and get longer and longer.
It's definitely all shoulder there. And, I mean, the ball's got to the man at cover, and he still didn't complete his follow through. JJ just caught the ball, tossed it to the big fella, and McWade didn't finish follow through.
McWade's obviously really fit, running all these extra meters. I mean, a follow through is important so you don't get injured, but it's an excessive follow through by Rambo. Into his delivery stride again, a lot quicker onto the batsman, rushes him, pans it off to the leg side, and Walton does the fielding. McWade always with the smile on his face. Fierce competitor, but a very likable character in the Zimbabwean setup.
Yeah, that's what we've seen from most of these players in this tournament so far. That's punched off the back foot. Going for the old one-handed pickup there by the captain.
Yeah, also a wicket keeper, so not used to making that ground to the left. Used to be in a stable in one position. Good work there from the skipper onto his left-hand side. Rambo looking to break this partnership. Short single there too. Looks like John O'Lane possibly back on the turf.
John O'Lee's back.
Yeah, it's definitely John O'Lane, so he's back in the action as he likes to be. Oh, Rambo fielding his own bowling. Gotta love the man.
Over completed as well. Well, they've certainly going to be ahead of schedule here as it's the call of one to drinks is 14 overs gone, 49 without loss, and still I can't get the scores, and do apologize. I'll try and get that up as quickly as I possibly can. If the app is not...
I thought you forgot about updating us.
No, I've been trying ever since I said I would love to update you on the scores, but I cannot. Other scores. I like it when you're going to try and beat me now.
I just want to see if you've got data or not.
Don't be that guy. Why do you want to be that guy? Oh, you are beating me. You are terrible.
Walton back for his second over. It's on the pads there. Well fielded. Short fine leg. John O'Lane in the game.
Sometimes you just need to go a different route to find the scores.
Yes,
And
but
that's
not all of us have got personnel all over the country that love us and know us and are willing to share that sort of information. This time pushes the ball too far down the leg side, looking for that shape away from the batsman. Getting too eager to hit those pads.
Well, that brings up the 50 for the Impalas. Coming in 14.2 overs. Now I do have some info for you.
Massive score by Wales against the USA A side. Posting 319 in their 45 overs. That's going to be a big game to chase.
Well, I'm looking at the scoreboard now, or scorecard from that game. And there's a big 100 for Mike Kane, 112 not out. There's 86 from Adrian Webber. There's a 34 from Williams. And somebody missed the boat there, got out for a duck. They are one of the opening batters. Mike Hayden. I'm sure he will be in the Fines Masters room as well. Come later on.
And the Kurus behind us have had a good start. 42, 45 for nothing. Chasing 166.
Cut away, but well stopped. Oh, he's down. Oh, did that hit him mid-shifts there? Oh, the feet's going. The feet's going. Feet's up.
When you have to cycle your way out of trouble. Quite interesting there from the captain. I'm going to have a word with him afterwards about that.
Oh, I said the leniency from Shotgun Harrison, the umpire. There's smiles on his face as he explains to Ross Holding, listen, I think that went just a little bit swinging after it past the bat.
Yeah, something that you can pick up from an umpire if he was a batsman or a bowler if he gives those wides. So
here's the other one.
So Shotgun Harrison must be a bowler because he doesn't give too many wides. And the square leg umpire, he's been dishing them out as we'll go into the drinks break here. And those first 15 overs have flown by. The Impalas 50 runs on the board for no loss at the moment. A solid foundation, but they'll look to build on this, Eugene, as Zimbabwe did in their innings.
Yeah, they will have to. It's almost going a similar fashion as what we saw in the first innings, but one of these two men really need to just keep going and kick on. I'm sure that will be the message. Probably still a whole host of batters still to come. We're going to have a little bit of a break here. And when you return, we'll pick it up again where it is, the South African Impalas. They are chasing 264 for victory, or 51 without loss, here against Zimbabwe veterans. Need to stand?
Yeah, that's what I needed to do. So I would have commentated standing, but I needed to stand.
Oh. Win, man. Yeah. Where was I last week? Last week, did that is a comeback. Oh my body, body. It was not bad or aircon. It was still. It was stinking.
So Zimbabwe played the South African red side 3 times and never lost. Well, not against their parties, against the South African side. So
Any other South African?
Yeah, before they were split now. So obviously, some guys are playing here that were at the last World Cup. That's Zimbabwe has never lost all 3 games. Okay. But I'm too scared to mention that on air because I'm going to ask you to mention it.
So you can get fined for that.
No.
Jerry! I think this camera is too low. I'm just looking at that picture now. When it goes this way, you're looking right in the head of the umpire. Let you go right on top of your house. I also don't think they will.
Where are you guys tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm missing out on the actual Panil. One from it, like, not quite far.
The Stell.
Yeah, it's further.
We've got a game, I think. It's our Thursday game.
Yeah,
Stell.
all the games are that side.
I don't know who we played. Maybe Wales, I think. Two more short sessions like that.
Oh, happy days. And you know what I like? See, this is what I like. Back. This is brilliant. Not like when the film comes out.
That really felt like the lunch crunch. It was weird. I like this. Maybe the game will be finished by 4 points. Are we going to commentate again tonight?
Yeah. Never stops, man.
But you got to work. Yeah.
Oh, we're back up and running after the drinks break, and I'm glad to see the speed of that drinks break was very much to the fore there. 51 without loss after 15 overs. Nick Clegg with me. Yeah, and South Africa are in a very good position. 51, platform set. Now then, words have been spoken, some more information given. So will we see a little bit of more impetus by the Impalas? Oh, they're going to look for 2, are they? Oh, that's brilliant. Pick up and throw from Stanton.
Van Staden there quickly moving to his left, the opening bowler. You'd think after his first spell might have had some lactic acid there in the legs, but the veterans say, not me.
Now the full toss is back into proceedings here. This time it's just going to be the single. Oh, Oh, a little bit of a cross the line, and that's going to bring about a boundary. Risk taken. Risk paying off. 4 runs to the good.
And we know what a good foundation can set up in a cricket match. We've seen it in many games over the years, but in today's game as well, the Zimbabwean opener starting slow, taking a wicket or two, were the Impalas thinking they were going to be on a run, and then 3 and 4 from Zimbabwe just cementing themselves at the crease.
Oh, wow, that's a Rambo. Just the old left peg. Put it in the bottom corner.
Oh, soccer must have been one of the sports. Some football in Zimbabwe certainly was involved.
Right outside the off stumper. The umpire not lenient on this side. But I will say the run-up is getting a little bit slower. He's only into his second, but you can't forgive him. He's done a lot of work already in the outfield. Covered a lot of area as McWade. Down the ground and goes captain McDonald.
What has got less is that follow through. He's only going halfway down the track now, not all the way to the opposite end. McDonald doing a good job here on the boundary in front of us there. Oh, it actually doesn't matter the speed of his run up because the delivery is the same speed. That power through the shoulder. He could go for a 3-step run up, and I'm pretty sure he'd bowl the same speed there.
You can just stand by the umpire and just say, listen, I'll just run from here. All that energy saved.
He's such a proud man and just loves playing with his mates. And, he's friends with everyone in the side.
Well, who wouldn't want to be friends with Rambo? On a night out, you'll know. He'll have your back. Walton into his third. 0 for 6.
Peter Sands Thomas there just having a word with Walton, encouraging him.
There's the shape. Good clip, but straight to mid-wicket. Still 205 runs needed for victory. Oh, JJ, that's going to go into the buys column.
From Walton's reaction, you'd think that there was an edge there even. But the umpire indicating there that it was a bar.
Yeah, the old taxi. Oh, that's a big appeal. That is a big appeal. And you see, as soon as umpire Shotgun Harrison doesn't raise his finger immediately, you must just forget about appealing because he normally makes his decision quite quickly. There's a close appeal, though.
John O'Lane doing the business.
Wasn't sure whether he wanted to stand his left leg or his right there, but he got the job done. That's what he'll say. He's done his job.
It's the old school mantra, get your body behind the ball.
Oh, brilliant.
Great field. And they're now doing a couple stretches, stretching it out. As we see Walton coming in towards the crease again. Oh, that ball seemed to move both ways in there.
Just looking at John O'Lane there as another over comes to an end, 17 gone, 61 without loss. He certainly wouldn't be out of place in an old Western with that old floppy hat of his, and he's got that walk of one that just resembles one that just came from the wild, wild west. This lovely little amble he got. Looks quite good in the eye.
I think I might have to tell him he's got a new nickname, Clint Eastwood. Oh, John O'Lane. Allergic to running twos, semi-retired, he said.
Forget about John Lane. Call him John Wayne.
You just had to one better me.
I just had to go there. I had to go there. You're leading me in so many fronts today, Nick. McWade continuing from the comms end. Has that gone down the leg side? Holding comes through. Let's see what the umpire says. Was there a little bit of a scratch? He indicates it was. No, he doesn't. He says no. Sounds of wide delivery. In fact, I wanted to say Sounds of Creed, because there's a songs with my arms wide open.
Just looking at the umpire, he also seems to be standing at a 45-degree angle, yeah? Wonder if it has something to do with the wind.
Oh, back he comes. Oh, McDonald was trying to get the ball under control, but through they come for two.
Scoreboard constantly ticking over for the Impalas. Rambo doing the hard work, running into the strong breeze from left to right on your screens.
Oh, that is smashed through the offside. The chase is going to be on. Oh, will it get there? Not quite a Bobby Simpson, but 4 runs it is to the Impalas. The rate required has gone above 7s, though.
The batsman out in the middle there, just trying to ask what the score is there, looking at the scoreboard. So they obviously are thinking ahead, trying to follow a certain run rate and maybe just putting them off a bit that they can't see it. It's a great ball there by McWade, well worked. They'll find McDonald on the boundary. Captain not afraid to put himself on the boundary, trust the fielders in the inner ring and the bowler and the wicketkeeper to make those close quarter decisions.
It amazes me every time. Well, Nick, I'm going to venture into the sun a little bit, because it is getting a little bit cool. As we're going to update the scoreboard for you in a brief while. They're just updating the scoreboard. 68. Just waiting to update the scoreboard. 18 overs completed. 68 is the score. A few technical glitches. It's never far behind or far away from any activity. They'll check it after the over. He's He's not in the 40. He's not in 49.
Slow delay in play. This might bring a wicket for the Zimbabweans. You always know after a short break, there's always a breakthrough. Hits it through the cover smartly there to mid-off, sorry.
Isn't that always the case when you do have a break and then you just lose that momentum?
The only momentum at the moment is you trying to find the sun here in the comms box. On the back foot at the moment, looking for the pull shot.
Just trying to get all my bases covered, Nick, you know. Slightly higher than ground level now. Coach anxiously pacing around in front. That's going to be a wide. Even umpire Harrison will give that one a wide. Well appreciated by the coach of the Impalas.
I think we should get the coach in the comms box. Can have a little session with you. Strongly adamant that he's not the coach. Is it because the tactics are not going to?
Wait till 4:30. 4:30, he might change his mind.
Happy with the play out there.
Well, that's it, down the ground. That's a beautiful shot down the ground by Ross Olling. And he moves now to 49. Excellent shot down the ground. And this might just be the drop and run for the 50.
Yeah, and the field is quite spread out at the moment, so... Oh, great call there. Plays it to backward point, gets through for that single. And he brings up his 50. Well appreciated by the Impala faithful here. At the Claremont Oval.
Well, Nick, one thing I don't understand. Well, it's been a good knock from Ross, and that's not what I want to point out to the folks there. I've been looking at the Impala players and staff. One is walking to the right, one is walking to the left. It's not in unison. We've got to fix this up, boys. Saw the Zimbabwean where they were batting was all in unison, in one direction.
It looks like there's going to be a change in the bowling attack. This is going to be Peter Sands Thomas.
AKA?
Bonk. Because he's heard he's not a good one. That's the story. And he said, I have to say that on comms every game.
Well, we do apologize for that. But here he is. He's been a little bit of a Duracell in the field, throwing himself about. Bundle of energy.
Studied at Rhodes University in Makanda.
Really?
He did, along with Roger Malt. And there's actually 3 or 4 Zimbabweans at the Over-60s tournament that studied together at Rhodes.
Well, what a beautiful university that is. Had privilege enough to be there at Makanda a couple of years ago for the Kayamajola week that took place there. Some beautiful grounds. Graham College, there's Kingswood as well.
St. Andrews.
St. Andrews, oh. Just need to work on the way to get there. And stab down just back with a point, just for a single. Tell you what, you don't want a car that's sort of got low suspension in that area. Will be very, very tricky. Might also be sore in the neck.
You might definitely have to have a spare wheel. Every time I've gone there to commentate, I've had to change my wheel. I did K-Day, the big derby between Kingswood and St Andrews the last 2 years. In the last 2 years, I've had to change my tires after leaving. It becomes a really expensive trip for a commentator.
Remember the story at that exact week, and one of the parents went to collect their car at the rental. Oh, a little bit of bounce there. Well, he's a tall man. He's the bonk, as I'll refer him to now. But he got given the car, and then they said, "Oh, do you want tire insurance?" And he says, "But I've got insurance. So why must I have tire insurance?" He says, "Well, you will need tire insurance." He says, No, I don't need tire insurance. So he drives down through to Makanda. And he pops in at the same guest house where we were staying in. And as soon as he got to the guest house, he got straight on the phone and says, "I'll have that tire insurance, please." Because he saw what the roads were like. So if you are venturing out to the glorious town of Makanda, and it is a very glorious town, just be advised to please take some tire insurance with your insurance.
Most certainly. And you can see the character there of Sans Thomas. He's having a good chuckle with the umpire.
Oh, full toss, or maybe a slower ball. But that is well picked up. And that is going to be papers. And now it is Mesa trying to cash in a little bit here as well. And the partnership grows to 83.
Hand to head there from the bowler.
Very, very good start this by the Impalas, as I have been informed that any of the South African teams have not beaten Zimbabwe, I'm told.
I'm also told that.
Was an edge. Oh, it just bounces short. Oh, there's a run-out chance. Oh, are they going to go through now? Now Mesa needs to go. Eventually they come through for that single.
John Jamison there just making another unforced error behind the stumps. Maybe thinking about that delivery he got earlier.
We've got to get the fines master in here and just got to ask him, listen, let's just tally up where we are at this stage.
The fines master maybe looks like the unhappiest player on the field here in front of us, Pentland Smith, looking rather frustrated.
Yeah, he was very animated here when he's speaking to the men in red on the side there.
As we see the manager coming past us here, he's had a tough job today, making sure everyone's getting some time on the field.
What did we
Don't
say?
leave me out, manager. Don't leave me out. I also came on this tour. Give me some time on the field.
Well, Rambo's decided he wants the breeze at his back as he's changed ends. And he is going to be hurtling down the hill. Breeze at his back. See if he can maybe make a breakthrough here, because Zimbabwe needs a breakthrough. But for South Africa, they want this partnership to continue.
Sanjay Patel on the stroll in front of the commentary box again, doing his 13th man duties. Looks like he's gone to get a plaster of some sort for Van Staden. And Rambo in from the Virgin Active end.
He just thinks he's got the breeze at his back. He can dig it in short. But I don't think you should. Just keep your line in length. JJ giving it the old twirl here behind the stumps. Oh, that is flicked down the leg side, and he got away with it. Got away with it there. Oh, beautifully hit through that extra cover region. Again, the chase is on. The chase is on. And the fielder wins that race now. So only the 2 runs added.
Batsmen weren't looking to take on that arm, but the opportunity was there for a third, just underarmed it to his support player.
Ooh, a little bit of nip off the seam there. Hands on heads, and why not? Good delivery.
Impala's coach here to our left, just showing that seam off the wicket.
He's not the coach. Oh, Nick.
Only because the tactics weren't going right, but now they're going right. He didn't mind the title of coach now.
Slower delivery. Oh, that beats the bonk. Back, they're going to come for 2 more. This is a good over yet again for the Impalas. That over comes to an end. 88 without a loss. 21 overs gone. And I'm sure they slightly 1 over ahead. The reason why I say that, Nick, is because after 22 overs, Zimbabwe were 88. So this is neck and neck. But we saw the carnage that happened later on.
Yeah, and that's going to be tough to match for the Impalas to bring that energy in. Zimbabwe looking to get a breakthrough here. To also just lift their spirits a bit. They started out very energetic in the fields. Almost hit a bit of a lull at the moment, just going through the motions. Maybe a good opportunity to bring Raj Naik back into the attack. Get through a few quick overs. We see a strong shot in towards the covers.
I just feel, as you said, and I think this is what you call rightly at the start, when there was a change in the bowling, that South African batters might like the pace on. And that changed the run rate achieved a little bit. There's an edge. That's going to go down in the 3rd man region. Won't go to the boundary. But Ross has got to get his skates on here. And in he comes for 2.
Straight to mid-off there. That Raj Naik, the man we were speaking of, really just shows how well he bowled from that far end. Kept it tight.
Oh, that is giving it some. Straight to the captain here, McDonald. Ken decides to play hot potato with it. Gets it through eventually. Just the 1. No harm done.
Good to see the veterans getting the old long barrier out. Too often you just see the old boots coming down.
That's another full toss. Here comes Mesa through. That is the old John Wayne there, picking it up. And then just, I mean, look at the strut. You can't tell me that's not John Wayne.
Sanjay Patel has brought the physio Nats. Just come to look at Van Staden's hands there. It looked like he took a knock from one of the balls he had to field on the boundary. She's going to have a big job on her hands to keep all the men on the field. Hope she's brought a lot of elastoplast, deep heat.
I wish her all the best on Wednesday on the day off, because it won't be her day off.
Most certainly not. If they're not at a wine farm or on the golf course, they're definitely going to be on the physio table. It's not easy to play one game of cricket 90 overs. 2 games in a row is quite a lot for the players.
Okay, so you got it on there. Rambo going to continue. He's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 23 so far. And JJ standing up now. Well, doesn't fill me with much confidence when the manager himself says, oh dear, that could be a disaster.
You know, when JJ misses the ball, it's because it kept low, like his wicket.
JJ coming in for a bit of stick here.
Raj Naik there, a bit of a lazy fielding decision there.
You called it too early. You said, no, usually they just put the old foot out, but on a bumpy surface, it tend to bounce over that foot.
You spoke about the camaraderie of the Zimbabwean side, and again, just to our right, they're all standing around together. One of their supporters there with the flag. Such a proud nation are the Zimbabweans.
Oh, that they are. And they're always bright colored. Today it's red. I think they're all getting tips from the physio there to see how to put a plaster on. Oh, that is across the line work. John Wayne, here he comes. There's the fielding as John Wayne would. Just for our viewers, John Lane is now nicknamed John Wayne.
I'm going to have to write that down on my fact sheets about all the players so I can carry on with that the rest of the week. Just allows you to bring, it allows me rather to bring you up in all my commentary stints.
Oh.
And I'm pretty sure when I mention your name to whoever I commentate within the week, they're going to know you. So, and then they'll have some stories on you as well.
I'll tell you what, you're with the Cape Fox tomorrow, the Cape Fox, Mr. James King. He's got plenty of stories for you. Nicely played down to third man. Running the first one hard. But that's good work there by Van Standen. Tidy over from the Rambo. 95 without loss. And again, we see them working, not in unison. They're working against the grain, Nick. One is going left around the field. The other one is going to the right. You've got to work in unison if you want to get something out of this game. Rate required, 7.7 to the over. 10 wickets in hand. Through they come again. John Wayne doing the fielding there. We can see now the urgency into the batting. They used before when they started, they were hitting the ball to the covers, they weren't running. Now there's a little bit more impetus. They're trying to score off every delivery. We've seen shots played across the line more often here now. Here's the shot across the line. Well, answers on a postcard, people, please, because the men in red are asking how that missed.
What is interesting to note is the fielding position of the fielders. So now they're just hanging on that outer, or the inner ring rather, not creeping in too close. So rather allowing that single and hoping that if a well-timed ball comes in, they can get their body in the way and stop the boundary. And that's creating those unforced errors and those big shots from the Impalas.
tailing in a little bit, that delivery.
The batsman picking up the one fielder on the leg side in the ring there.
One lonely soul on the onside.
Next posts himself next to the square leg umpire. Massive gap there. So obviously the plan here is for Peter just to bowl it outside the off stump.
That he does. As you rightly called as well, through they come for run number 98 of this partnership. Oh, there's appeal from all sorts, from everywhere. Not given.
Bonk here really doing the business with the ball, creating some pressure for the Impalas, giving them a little bit of difficulty, moving it quite late in the air. Against the wind, quite a skill to have. Again, making the batsman play an unorthodox shot there, trying to run it down, but too close to the body. And the good over there from Bonk.
That was a tidy over. Very tidy. Pushes a rate just a tick up under 8 and over now. Score on red balloons, 99 without loss. Mesa is on 29 of 71 deliveries. Ross Holding 56 of 73. They really need to kick on a little bit. It's very difficult to keep going at a high rate for a long period of time. 165 still needed of 21 deliveries. That brings up the 100 for the Impalas. Coming in at the start of this, the 25th over.
If you go in,
That's where I was going earlier to find them.
you know, call it now. It's not. I can't even find them. It might be because I think that
Because the other two games are on here, but not ours.
there's it now. You just go to the main page. Go to live matches.
Firmly hit down to mid-on. There's a hit. But he makes his ground.
Yeah, the 100 at the bottom. Thank you.
Well, that is firmly cut away, and that's going to be a boundary. Hit that so firmly, so hard, and placed well too. And brings about another boundary. This partnership grows to 105 now.
Yeah, Zimbabwe desperately need a wicket here just to bring some of that energy and urgency back into their game. Rambo looking to be the man to do it. Just 3 men out for Zimbabwe at the moment. They are allowed 4. Deep square leg, a third man, and a sweeper in the covers.
nasty old run down. I think if you're a Zimbabwean supporter and fan, you would want to see the back of Ross Holing. He's playing really well with bat in hand for the Impalas, 62 of 76 deliveries. Roy Misa has been going along really nicely, 31 of 73. So that was a very good over for South Africa. Any more spinners in your ranks there? Any more spinners there from Zimbabwe that they can turn to? We saw Raj bowl and he bowled nicely. Are there any more that we potentially could have a look at?
There is the 65-year-old Gary Griffiths, right arm spin, nicknamed Griff or GG, but never Sir.
Oh, get that. Well, the field spreads with Ben Holing. He's on strike. 4 men out. Oh, another little wake just turns out to go to the man at the cow area. They're going to come through for a scamp at second. And that's good running from Roy Musa as he was coming to the danger end.
There's also the fines master, Gary Pentland Smith, right arm off spin. He thinks he's still a bowler. He's taking a break on the side of the field now, but we saw he didn't really want to go off, so he'll be eager to get back on.
Oh, that's in the air. Coming to McDonald. Oh, getting his body behind it. Keeping it down to 1. Excellent work by the skipper. Hits the stumps from the boundary. Well, there's a sense that the competitiveness is coming out here in Zimbabwe. A lot of chatter, a lot of encouragement. Nelson on the board. Oh, what a shot that is, through the covers. But straight to the man there on the boundary. That is McWade. Hurls it in. Just keeps it down to 1. Oh, that eludes the man at the point boundary. This is going to bring another couple of runs for South Africa. And the scoreboard is ticking along very positively here for the Impalas. It's 2, eh? Who's in the bottom of me? You got it down as 1 then? I got it down as 1. It's got to look as 1 on this one. Okay, change.
Looks like Wayne Parnham warming up here in front of us. Could be a strategy just to show the captain he's available.
Yeah. He had a good knock with the bat as well. Would like to just contribute with the ball as well, if he could. $26 gone. 115. Without loss. Platform set.
It's been a lot slower second 10 overs compared to the first 15. The first 15 blew by, and that was specifically because of Raj Naik bowling 6 overs for 15 runs only on that far side.
Yeah, that does help. Well, he did catch the eye of the captain as Parnham is going to come into the attack from the Virgin active end. And these two batters are enjoying a bit of a drink, and rightly so. 33 for Mesa, 68 for Holing. Rate required 7.8. It's not out of hand at this stage. But they've got the luxury of 10 wickets still in the bank.
It will be interesting to see how this game pans out in the end, because the South African Impalas almost look in charge at the moment. It's looking very easy for them. They don't look under too much pressure or trouble. But that run rate is slowly climbing, and that's going to create a lot of pressure at the back end of this innings. So if Zimbabwe can just hold their nerve, if they don't have to take the wickets, but if they can hold their nerve and create that scoreboard pressure, they might get a flurry of wickets later on and benefit from their early hard work.
Now the bowler prepared to bowl with a cap on. Keeper up to the stumps. Powerfully hit, but straight to the Duracell. The bonk.
The Duracell.
Oh, he's energized.
He's going to love that name. Can't have a nickname like the bonk and be called the Duracell at the same time. Great one-handed stop there at mid-wicket. That looks to be Griff.
Well, that's 2 good stops. 2 good hits, 2 good stops. Those things help the fielding side, and sometimes brings about a wicket as well. So Wayne Parnham starting well here. Well, that's 3 dot balls now.
And ever the supporter. The bonk just goes up to Parnham, gives him some words of encouragement. Don't force it, just keep bowling where you are. Let's build the pressure.
That's in the air. Oh,
take the bonk! After giving some words of encouragement to the bowler, the bonk pulls one out of the air. Snatches it. I can't wait to hear his thoughts on that catch after the game.
Well, I said there were a couple of good stops in the over from 2 very good shots, and then leapt up like a salmon, one-handed pluck in the air. The Duracell, the bonk, makes the breakthrough with some good fielding, and that's the first wicket gone as Ross Holing has got to depart for 68 of 84 deliveries. Played a good knock. Still a lot for South Africa to do here. Run rate has gone up to 8.1, but finally Zimbabwe have cracked this Impalas lineup.
It's a great way to break what was a fantastic partnership, but we know how dangerous a number 3 or 4 coming to the wicket can be. We saw it in the Zimbabwean innings, how they bring that positive impetus to the game. Looks like it's Mr. GQ, Mr. Fitness.
Tell you what, Toit Malan comes to the crease between him and Rambo and the bonk. Man, there's this fitness aplenty out there. I reckon if he hits a ball, it's got to be hit. Playing a miss first stop, and what a first over this is. He's 1 ball away from a wicket maiden.
We've got to tip our caps to the skipper there for making the bowling change. Almost looked like he was bringing on a bowler just to cover some overs quickly. But Parnham doing the business with the bat earlier on, now with the ball getting the first breakthrough.
Well, that's a maiden wicket. Whether it is the captain or whether it's Parnham himself, because he was swinging his arms. He said, Captain, look here what I can do. Well, he can do better than swing his arms. He's got a breakthrough. He's got a wicket. And he's bowled a maiden over as well. 115 for 1.
Any cricketer will tell you, if you take a one-handed catch like the Bonk just did, if you put the ball in his hand the next over, he's going to be revved up here. And I think we're going to see the quickest over here from the Bonk that we've seen all day.
I think you are clutching at straws now. You are really clutching. The Bonk took all his energy to lip up like a salmon there, mate.
Wickets cartwheeling out the ground, yeah. I'm calling it early. He feeds off energy, the Bonk. Look at that run up. Oh, quick out the hand.
He's bowled him.
He's done it! No straws being clutched at you.
Can you, Adam and Eve? I mean, how is that? Nick Clegg goes up and says, you take a good catch, you run up, you'll be firing up. And fire up he was as he bowls him, castles him. And that's the end of Roy Miso for 33. You get one, you get two. It's like the red bus here at the minute.
There must be cement in the pitch there because that wicket wanted to cartwheel. What a delivery, the Bonk. Writing his name in lights at the moment here. Look at him with the captain. See, Skip, give me one more. Gotta love it. Can only imagine the stories he's going to tell later on the bus ride back to the hotel.
Well, there you have it for every young soul watching this broadcast here. If you get a wicket with a good catch and you on the end bowling, maybe everything's in your favor that you might strike with your very first delivery that you're going to be bowling the next. And that's what happened here.
It's all about positivity, Eugene. No straw clutching. Just stating the facts.
Well, that has shut me up. What do I know?
Look at him. He's walking to the cover fielders now. He's got so much energy. The Duracell man.
Told you.
The Bonk.
I told you. Forget about the Bonk. Duracell. That's what he should be.
I think he likes the nickname the Bonk. That's
Oh, that's up and over. It's going to be a little bit of a chase here.
Not for Rambo. Rambo coming all the way around.
Well,
Gets there before Wayne Penner. Rambo with the big arm.
Oh, they've come through for 3 runs. Can you believe that as well? I mean, he ran around there like he's going around the bend at the 200-meter mark. Oh, McWade.
If you look at the distance, they can't see, the viewers can't see at home, but the distance he covered compared to how far Wayne Penham had to run. Well, Parnham, apologies. Rambo there really put on his skates to get around.
Well, Parnham is in front of us. He's got a long trek if he's bowling the next over. Well, not if. He should be bowling the next over.
Look at the energy here from the Bonk. Quickly through the delivery stride. Quickest over of the game. Big follow through. Walks towards the cover fielders. Thanks for that fielding, mate. Back to his run up. Ball in hand.
Oh, another inside edge. It's all happening here. The tide must be in. The tide must have come in. It's in 2 wickets, in 2 overs. Never happens there in East London. If the mist rolls in, then you know, oh, a ball might be moving around.
That's the quality of our bowlers down there in East London. We don't need the mist to swing it. The most famous to do it, Jason Kum, plays for Bohemians Cricket Club, also a veterans player, represented the border side for a couple years now. Also one of the men that got me involved in this commentary stint, so I will forever be grateful to the greatest swing bowler from East London, Jason Kum. I'll have to tell him at exactly what time I said this comment so he can go YouTube it.
15:35. I'll make a note.
Well, it's on the stream now, so he'll enjoy that. But Zimbabwe here with 2 quick wickets. That will just put more pressure on the South African Impalas. You can see the spirits have been lifted.
Yeah, but what I like the look of Peter Marks, who's come in here. He's only faced 2 balls. That second ball he faced, he showed intent, hitting it over the inner ring. So they've got 2 overs to go to the next drinks break. Just changing the field around. A lot of chat going on.
It's called tactically slowing the game down.
Well, they're still wily old characters. Wily old characters. Oh, just missed that. He gave it the old knee, hip, shoulder. Just couldn't get there, the Duracell. Oh, aka the bonk.
From Duracell to the Energizer. The bonk there, like a rabbit in the covers.
He is so disappointed that ball got past him.
He holds himself to a high standard, does the bonk.
Oh,
Goes
that
to
is
the captain.
That is cut away beautifully back on a point. 4 runs. You called him GQ. GQ gets his first boundary. Mr. Milan.
Now, when you look that good at his age, you should be called Mr. Universe. GQ magazine cover. We saw him at lunchtime and we were still in awe of his physique. And he's definitely going to have the strength to kick on here for the Impalas if he can stay at the wicket long enough. The Zimbabweans will know they need to get him out.
Oh, a little bit of a feet going all over the place there. 1, 2, 3 for 2. The man you're going to be in comms with tomorrow. James King loves that score 1, 2, 3. And then he would love the next ones to be 4, 5. That's not going to be happening here. Another excellent shot through extra cover. He prefers going off the front foot. Can see that, Milan. It's when it's that back of a length where he's just not sure whether to go forward or back. And then when he goes back, if there's no width on offer, he's just struggling a little bit. So this over has yielded 7 runs so far. 1 ball still to come. I think we could be in for a tight game in this opening salvo of this over-60s tournament. I must say, Nick, I've thoroughly enjoyed today. You drive through to the ground, you're not sure what you can expect. But certainly the competitiveness of these players are still there for everybody to see. The wanting to do well with both bat and ball is also still there for everybody to see.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day for cricket. It's been a lot of wind, but other than that, the sun's out, the players are enjoying it, and I'm pretty sure they're enjoying the breeze. It would have been a lot more difficult if it was like last week you mentioned, 40-odd degrees, no wind. It would have felt like you were in an oven out there. So it's been a good day of cricket. Some good skill sets showing you on the first day. Not always easy to put your best out there on the first day.
Yeah, I'm going to wish you well tomorrow. I'm not sure where you're coming from, but good luck. Oh, that is smoked through extra. It's just going to be a single, but look at the urgency of the running as well. So Something that the Zimbabwean team need to look at as well is that these two South African batters are a little bit quicker between the sticks. And the reason I'm saying good luck, I'm not sure where you're coming from, but it could be a little bit time spent in your car with the traffic in Cape Town, heading towards your neck of the woods tomorrow, Greenpoint.
Yeah, according to Google, it's a whole hour. And that's if I don't make a wrong turn somewhere. So, yeah, it will be a good drive. Maybe I'll listen to some of our game from today, and probably get text messages from my friends letting me know that I was commentating with a legend.
Oh. No need, Nick.
There's no need, but there's a want.
No.
There's a want. Like Zimbabwe want a wicket in this over. The bonk into the crease. Oh, creating trouble again for the batsman with the inside half of the bat.
You reckon he knows what he's doing down there when he gets the ball down the other side? Because he's doing a bit of nipping both ways here, the bonk. I'm going to call him by his real name, Sanders Thomas. Can't call him the bonk forever.
I often refer to him as Sir, as I'm half the age of most of these players.
What over is this, guys? It can't be. You missed out on top of the spinner. 2 balls left, and it's 30 overs completed. I don't think it's the. Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, forget what I said. Oh, that's in the air over the inner ring. Rambo putting in the yards again, coming around that bend like he's got baton in hand in the relay. Oh, he throws that way over JJ's head. But no harm done. Just shows the men, listen, I've got an arm on me. Well, this over is going to take us to that drinks break, the final drinks break of this match. And it is finally poised. Right required. Just a tick under 9 and over now. Right outside that off stump. Well, that is where it's going to stay as we head to that final drinks break, where the South African Impalas find themselves 131 for 2. Milan on 7. Marks, he's there on 9 after Holing and Mercer put on a good opening stand of 115. So join us in a few moments where the required rate is going to be 9 to the over. And look forward to this last 15 overs of this chase. Let me get some legs moving again. Quarter to 4. About 45 minutes. These I'm not going to miss. It's just going to be, how many overs do you reckon? 5?
Depends if they bring Raj Naik on. We'll get quite a lot, I think, because he's still got 3 left. Surely they'll boil him out.
Thanks for scoring, guys. Hey, Ross. How you, my boy? You good? Yes, you. No. No. Don't be silly. This way, yes. This way. I'm going to lose and I'm going to go back in the thing. No, be as quick as you, boys. You say at 60. No, I need to go. Okay, 66. Exactly.
famous people are phoning me now.
This is great. This guy.
I'm just saying. Everybody knows you.
No, man, I'm just drinking.
Next thing, Matt Pierce is going to phone me.
Is it normal to wear shorts in the street?
No, he's from Eastern Cape.
Still, bro?
No, this is nothing for them, bro.
This is nothing.
This is nothing.
I don't want to see what decent materials is Friday.
No, winter. No, that's...
Some of the flakkies or...
No,
I have them here in my bag. I wasn't sure if I was allowed to commentate in them or not. I don't think I'm wearing close shoes. I don't actually know where. I work from home, so I wear slops all the time. Yeah, I'm a math tutor, so I come to my house for work. So wear shorts, slops, shirts every day.
You would teach your battery.
I was, yeah. And then I left to run like my own tutoring business. So I like tutor like grade 6s to grade 10s. No marking. No one else telling me what to do.
Where did you teach?
In East London, at Hudson Park and Maryfield.
Primary.
Yeah, grade 7 now.
That's the best grade.
I enjoyed it a lot.
What did you study?
Teaching, I studied.
No, like, did you do EFT, senior phase?
Oh, no, I did intermediate phase. Grade like
ET.
no.
Intermediate 4 to 7.
Yeah, 4 to 7, yeah. But then I did like majors in...
Well, we are back after the drinks break. Drinks has come and gone. And now we're into the business end of this encounter between the South African Impalas and the Zimbabwean veterans team here. Final instructions have been given.
By you to the scorers.
Well, that too.
Welcome back to the commentary box, Eugene. It's good to have you back here with us. The final stint of today. As you can see, Pentland Smith here warming up for the fans meeting.
Well, just trying to get this field right. So they're changing it. They're bringing up the third man. Fines Master says, listen, I need to be in the ring. There he goes. They're putting an extra man on the onside. They feel that maybe these two batters are going to try and buff the ball onto the leg side a little bit. We are into the business and 9 runs to the over. That's required here. Just tap down the ground.
Yeah, 5 fields allowed out now, 4 out at the moment. Got one at deep mid wicket or cow corner. Long on, long off. Then a sweeper in the covers.
Peter Marks looks like he played that off the back foot. Almost feel he's going to belt one, almost calypso style here off the back foot, a la Colors King back in the day. Oh, there's the edge. Oh, they brought the fines master in from that exact position where that ball's gone for 4. Oh, hands on heads. Isn't that just Murphy's Law?
It will be interesting to see when McDonald decides to bring Raj back into the attack. 3 overs left, went for 15 in his 6. You don't want to leave him too late in the innings. He'd have a bigger impact the earlier he comes on. Finish off those 3 overs. Hopefully keeps the same run rate. So you see
Oh,
Parnham
full toss. Full toss. Onto the onside it goes. That's going to race away for another boundary. Back-to-back papers, back-to-back fours. And that is not what they want at this stage here after the drinks break if you're a Zimbabwean supporter. But if you're an Impala, that's exactly what the doctor ordered here. And they seem to be very seam orientated now, all of a sudden. Raj bowled very nicely up front. Asked yet the question there, maybe he should have just bowled through just to keep that rate, push that run rate up and up. This partnership worth 25 now.
A quiet character by nature is Raj, but I'm sure he's biting at the bit here to get the ball back in his hands and have an impact on the game with 3 overs left in his spell.
Peter Marks is trying to hit the cover of that. Just keep your shape. Yeah, there we go. Keep your shape. And he knows it.
No, he sold me one there because he looked straight up like he top-edged it, and I was looking to see where the ball went. I was waiting for it to come down, and then he seemed to walk off, and I thought, hey, Jamison's taking a good one here.
Just to remind our folks that my co-commentator, Nick Clegg, is very pro-Zimbabwean team here. I'm very much neutral.
I've an adopted Zimbabwean for the week.
For the week you are. They've flown you from East London.
I drove 11 hours.
Oh, beautiful.
It was stunning views, the coastal route.
How many stops?
1 stop, Storms River.
Just the one.
Just the one. I was eager to meet my fellow Zimbabweans. Here comes the bonk.
Oh, yeah. Oh, is he going to give it the one? No, he's generous. Oh, he's generous. It must be after 3 o'clock. It must be after 3 o'clock.
Fines Master said he's got short arms. Looked like he was starting a symphony there in an orchestra. You'd say that the Impalas have paced this innings well. They seem to have looked in control. Those 2 quick wickets, though, maybe just causing a bit of trouble for them. And the 2 new batsmen at the wicket not finding the pace as easy as the openers. Zimbabwe can keep applying the scoreboard pressure. The Impalas might find it really difficult to chase this total down.
Oh, just leaning back, creating a little bit of room for him to play that ball down to third man. They're going to come back for 2. GQ, Milan. Keep the scoreboard moving positively along. But that is 3 balls into this over already. So just the 2 runs coming from it.
This young lady to our left with the Zimbabwean flag, just checking her watch there. See how many steps she's done. She must have done the most today, other than maybe Rambo.
She hasn't let go of that flag.
I told you, we are a proud nation.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's the steps and the flag.
It would be easier to drape it on her shoulders, but she holds it up with both hands in front of her the whole afternoon, walking around the field here in front of us in the comm box.
If the wind picks up a tad, she might be off.
I'm sure you know someone that can save her, seeing as you know everyone here in the Cape Town region. You set it up. You set it up. Probably know someone with a helicopter. I'm going to say that the shake of the head means yes. Yes, Nick, but I can't expose them on air.
Some things are better left unsaid, Nick.
It's good to know people. It's good to know people, Eugene. Now that I know you, I know people. Oh, he's hit the pads.
Oh, Oh, the umpire walks away.
That looked very straight from here.
Oh, look at the angle you had. Told you it's after 3 o'clock, mate.
Been a long day out there in the field for the umpires. Just a shout out to all the officials at this tournament. Very grateful that they put their hands up, and I'm sure they are enjoying this opportunity to mix with the international stars of the Veterans Association.
Yeah, for sure. It's always good to have something on like this. But things must be looking a little bit tense out there because the people are walking around with nervous smiles. Zimbabwe have never lost a game to South Africa in the over-60s.
If you curse in my nation, we will be finding you tonight.
I'll be long gone. I'll be long gone. I'll be phoning you for the... What was the result, mate?
Sure, a phone call from the legend. I cannot wait. Screenshots. So we see Wayne Parnham looking to cause trouble from the Virgin active end.
Well, things are hotting up here. 122 runs needed for victory. 13 overs still left. Rate is nearing to that double digits. Oh, the Duracell nearly got there. But it is Rambo that making the long yards around the boundary. He's going to keep it down to 2. $144 for 2. 120 runs needed now.
It just shows how good that partnership was from Walton and McWade in that Zimbabwean innings. Really put some emphasis on the running between the wickets and then the odd boundary. They had 1 or 2 massive overs. I think the one over went for over 18 runs. There were 3 sixes in it. And that just really broke the camel's back of the Impalas bowling lineup.
And that's the point that I was going to try and make to you now, Nick, is the fact, the willingness to hit maximums. Not boundaries, not 4s, maximums. And I think that's going to be maybe the defining factor here. Because South Africa, the Impalas, they need to find somebody to clear the ropes. But they were smart in doing it. They did it with the breeze. This is into the breeze. Rambo's hurtling around the boundary yet again like he's doing a 400 meters. Keeps it down to 2 again. Well, I should have given him my watch. I mean, the amount of steps that man has done today is unbelievable.
Yeah, he's done a lot. And I'm pretty sure he's probably going to keep running after this game as well. He seems to have a supreme fitness levels. I think all of these players must have some sort of fitness levels to play this game at the age of 60 and over. I nearly snuck it through there. Just hits the inside half of the bat. And it's that man, the Duracell.
Not the bonk.
Eugene, what are you doing to me? I say the bonk, you say you must call him by his full name. I take your nickname. You want the bonk back? I'm going to say all 3 of them next.
That's the only way
Peter
you're going to
Sands, Thomas, the bonk, Duracell, Bunny into the attack from the commentator's end.
What a write-up that is. I mean, get them all on one page. 148. 149 for 2. That just hasn't been updated yet again by our scorer, Lenny. 115 off 12 overs. Who is going to provide the excitement, the fireworks? Nick Clegg seems to be thinking it's going to be him.
Thanks, Lenny.
Oh, there it goes. Fireworks have started. Into the side screen it goes for a maximum. And even the bonk acknowledges that that was a good shot.
Yeah, not an easy shot to play in cricket, straight over the bowler's head. And the timing, they're immaculate. So showing that they do have the skill set to clear the boundary, as you were saying.
Don't even need to overhit it. That brought up the 150 as well. Oh, that eludes the fielder. Rambo running around again. It's going to bring about 2 runs. Oh, it's John Wayne that time just falling over the ball. Apologizes with his hand up.
Only time John Wayne ever fell.
He never even fell off a horse. Well,
different John Wayne.
Different John Wayne. 8 runs with 2 balls in this over. Good start to this over for the Impalas. Driven. Oh, the old foot misses it. Are they going to come back for 2? GQ comes back for 2. That takes a 10 to the over with 3 balls still to come.
Now, this is the big over we were talking about that the Impalas needed. You can just see the emphasis there from the batsman pushing and straight away calling loudly yes for that run into the covers. So they're looking to get a move on here are the South African Impalas. Almost like they have to be somewhere by 4:30.
Well, I'm not sure if they have to be somewhere, but I think there's some things that might need to be getting out the way for to allow them to be there at 4:30. Oh, got a precious dot ball there, the Duracell. Can he see out this over? Well, they're going to come through. Oh! What should have been just 1, another hand up.
That's the fines master.
Oh, dear.
Tam Smith.
I think that makes it worse. He nutmegged himself. That's even worse. Oh. Nervous times. He did tell us it's nervous times not so long ago. Tension. That's going to be wide, surely. There you go. He's been very consistent. He's strict, but very consistent. I need you to find me Impala and Impala for 4:30, please. For 4:30. Was that a chance? Was that a chance? JJ don't seem to think about it. But a good over for the Impalas. I'm just going to do a little bit of homework for you for tomorrow, Mr. Clegg. Some little homework for you tomorrow. It's going to be a little bit warmer tomorrow. And especially where you're heading, if it's warmer here, it's going to be very warm there because the mountain shields you from the breeze.
I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to that. The wind has been a bit chilly here and coming from the Eastern Cape. The summer has been very humid and warm down there in East London.
No rain?
No, plenty of rain, but we don't get the cold winter rains that you guys get here in the Cape. Our rain comes in the summertime and then it just creates a lot of humidity. So it's nice just to have heat, but not humidity here in the Cape.
Just pushed in the offside. So Milan looks like he's going to give the strike here to Marks. And then he says, over to you, Marks, to see if you can belt the ball to all parts here in Constantia at Claremont Cricket Club.
score, please?
That's in the air. Cuts away to the sweep on the offside. That's Walton out there. 164. 100 required of 64 deliveries. No, a team is very nervous and tense when they start walking around the ground yet again. It's now just 99 needed. From the minute he got into the middle, Peter Marks, he showed intent. He wants to score quickly. Moves now to 36. $167 for 2. Oh, that's edge. Oh, this could be hurtling away to the boundary. Maybe a little bit fortuitous, but the Impalas won't mind. 4 runs it is. And that ends another good over. 171 for the loss of 2 as we enter the final 10 overs.
A lot of work here for the Impalas to get over the line, but shots like that are certainly going to help them.
Well, it's going to be a close one. You got to sit on the edge of your seat here for this first encounter. Walks around the outfield yet again to see if they can walk a wicket. The men from Zimbabwe.
It's the manager, Graham Smith. Was the captain of Peterhouse in 1975. Wishes that he could be out there playing, but has taken on the managerial role now for the side. Still wearing the kit and the blazer.
Oh, he loves it. So too does this man going to be bowling here, the Duracell. The bonk. They feel that he's the man that might get that breakthrough.
Again.
Yet again. He's been involved with all the wickets that fallen. Good catch. And then castled Mesa for that wicket of his.
I think you're underselling that catch. That's definitely going down as catch of the tournament so far.
Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him again with a slow ball.
Again.
Oh, he's just got eyes for the castle.
Graham Smith with the call. Graham Smith, please keep walking around the oval. We need more of those. Team Zimbabwe back in the wickets column.
Well, he was the man to get the breakthrough yet again. As it's Toit Malan has got to go back now for 14 runs. So Impala still got it all to do here. Still 93 runs wanted for victory. Peter Marks, he's sitting pretty on 41 off 28 deliveries.
I think all three of us, myself, yourself, and the manager had a hand in that wicket. You asked for the breakthrough. I said again, and the manager called that he's going for a walk to get something.
I'm not on that bus. I'm very down the middle here.
You are the driver of that bus.
Barney de Klerk. He's another energizer. One energizer bunny to the other. This could spark up things here. There you go. Off the mark straight away. But I'm calling it just down the middle. I mean, you keep your biasness to yourself, Mr. Clegg. And I'm calling you by your name.
Well, we've both had a turn to keep the other one quiet now with our comments. So we see the shot down here. Too long on. And fielded by Van Staden. Gets it quickly back to Bonk.
I will tell you one thing. You've called it right. When the bonk is on, things happen. Might be runs, but it could also spark your wicket.
It all comes from that catch. You thought I was clutching at straws, but many years on the cricket field, I've seen it happen. And there's just certain players, as we see the ball played to the leg side, certain players just feed off positive energy and attributes, and he's certainly one of them. I've picked it up from his character already in the last 2 days, and that catch, I think, just sparked something in him. It changed the way he bowled a bit, tighter lines, attacking the stumps more, maybe a little bit of self-belief. And he's really fighting here for Zimbabwe.
He's pulled it a little bit shorter and pulled it onto the onside for 4. Sometimes you just need to break that stride. I thought he was just rushing it a little bit. Retrieved there by the Zimbabwean supporters as well. I think this game is going to be closer. A very close finish. And what a start to this tournament. Oh, what a shot that is. That is certainly shot of the day so far, over extra, and that is his 50. A quite magnificent 50 from Peter Marks. That was an excellent shot, excellent knock so far, and back-to-back papers. Just brings that over into the Impala's favor.
Now might be the time to bring Raj Naik back into the attack.
Telling you, you are talking to the captain out there. Not liking this caddying from the sideline here. But anyway, it is him going to be into attack. And he's brought on from the right end because he's telling the likes of Marks and de Klerk here, listen here, if you want to hit downtown, you're hitting into the wind. Because if he certainly bowls from this end, it's just a little bit of a pitching wedge over here, and then it's 6. So again, good captaincy by Zimbabwe here. And what, he still got 4 overs? 3 overs left. Pace off as well.
Yeah, and something these batsmen haven't had to face so far in this innings, a bit of spin. So, and we know how good he is at landing it on the mark. This is the second spell. Does he still have that same energy to come back?
He's like, don't bowl a loose ball now. He bowls it on the mark, on the penny you called it earlier.
Yeah, when you landed on the penny, that's how we used to train. You used to put a handkerchief, then eventually you had to make your mark smaller and smaller and put a penny back in the day, or in my day, a 2 rand.
This was tough then, tough.
You always made sure in the Eastern Cape that you picked that 2 rand back up because you could use it somewhere
Tough
later
times,
on.
eh?
Oh, he's gone and dropped it short. Oh, I put the mockers on him, but just for 2 runs out there to the square leg boundary.
That's why I asked you. You just basically put him under pressure without him bowling a ball.
He's a very composed gentleman. There's Raj Naik. And Like a diamond, comes through the pressure situations, drops another one short there, but the batsman, not wanting to lose his wicket at this stage, just plays it tidily back to Raj. This is the delivery now.
Oh, it's good work off his own bowling. And I think that time the pressure just stole on Barney because he thought, I can't allow too many dot balls. And even at this level here, the over-60s, they think about those dot balls and reducing the number of dot balls. $185 for 3. Well, that is gone over extra cover. Walton coming around, sweeping up. Keeps it down to 1. Just shows the difficulty of hitting into that breeze there.
Yeah, and with pace off the ball, it makes it even more difficult. Your timing has to be spot on. Raj Naik hasn't found that penny yet, but I feel it's coming any moment soon. It has to. There it is. Oh, thought he was going to turn around and appeal there. But already making a difference in this over. Not going for a boundary, keeping it tidy. You'll look to finish off the over the same way he started it.
Oh, full toss. Oh, nearly cloth. Nearly clothed that either to the bowler or to the man at extra cover, but what an over. What an over. Comeback over for the Raj.
Yeah, fantastic over there from the spinner. Always good to have a left arm spinner in your attack.
John Wayne, is that enough being out there? He's calling again. Wonder how many field replacements he'll have come Thursday.
I think that off day on Wednesday is going to be vital for the players. I'm sure some of them will maybe play some golf. Some will head to the wine farms. And as we mentioned, some will be spending the day with the physio.
Well, you say what they do on the day off is important. Walton's going to come into the attack. Now then, he's bowling to Peter Marks. Now, I say now then because he bowls a nice length. And he bowls that type of pace that you can just sort of latch on. And Marks has already shown his hand of he's not scared hitting the ball aerial.
Yeah, I think they've set a good field here, but do they have the right fielders in the right positions is the key now. You want to make sure you've got the good catches on the boundary area.
Firmly hit. Yeah, for one, I would bring... Oh, they're going to come back. Here's the Duracell of the Impalas now. As I said, Barney, de Klerk. 2 runs off the first ball. Now, I would have the bonk on long on here. The reason why he's taller. If the ball does come aerial in that direction. Oh, that's going down the leg side. Even umpire Clegg says that's going drifting down the leg side. Flamingo comes out yet again.
Now that's the one that goes the other way. Naturally moves it away from the batsman. And they're just looking to pick up the wicket. Swinging it back in.
Oh, Barney advances. Gets that ball across here too. Square leg. He looks like he's a very busy cricketer. Barney de Klerk. It's up. It's up. It's over. 6 runs. Not going to say how I preempted that. It was always going to come.
What we now know is you're not neutral. The excitement in your voice. But you did call that. You did say silently off air. You weren't brave enough to say it on the mic. But you called the shot, and there it was. Just that time of the innings, though, where the Impalas have to kick on here to give themselves an opportunity. You don't want to leave it too little, too late, with too many runs with the last 2 overs. So good time for them to kick on. And Walton, Waltz will need to fix that line and length. Bowls at a nice pace as well.
This is gone through the offside. Barney's already on his bike. Here he comes. Well, Rambo has done a lot of work all day today, including his batting. He couldn't keep that down to just a single. So this is going to be a very, very busy period of play, and rightly so. Still, 75 needed? 66 runs of 43 deliveries. Oh, it's dropped. Oh, the bonk. Well, he could have had his hand on another wicket. Hands up, saying sorry there, Waltz. As that over comes to an end.
This is now a big over for Raj on the Virgin Active end of the ground. Needs to make sure he keeps it tight. If he can't take a wicket, he doesn't want to go for more than 6 in this over.
One away from 200. The Impalas, 199 for 3. Still 7 overs to go. And yet we can't say which way this game is going. The only thing we do know is this is going to be a tight finish. Much needed water being rushed on. The Raj waiting patiently. It looks like below us the Kudus are heading towards a victory there. Currently 140 for 1, chasing 166 for victory. And in the ground where you'll be at tomorrow, down in Greenpoint, the USA A team find themselves in a bit of bother. 75 for 4, chasing a mammoth 320 for victory. That's wide. Oh, for a moment there, thought the fielder was going to come into play. And oh, the old foot just not big enough to stop that ball. And it's 4 of the first delivery. That brings up the 200 for the Impalas.
Yeah, hands on hips for some of the Zimbabwean players now at the moment. They need to lift their heads, keep that energy, positive encouragement going. Raj back. Batsman looks to sweep him. And we spoke about this earlier. Was it better to just bowl Raj through when he was landing them on the money? They decided to take him out the attack and bring him back now. He's not hitting the mark as frequently as he was earlier. Should he have maybe finished off?
Oh, that's in the air. This is going to be a wicket. Oh, and it is a big wicket. It is the wicket of the man that was hitting the ball to all parts. It's Peter Marks. That's got to go now for 61 of 37 deliveries. And Raj have made the breakthrough for Zimbabwe. Walton, I think. Walton.
Congratulations there to the batsman from a few of the Zimbabwean players. Maybe breathing a sigh of relief as well. They seem to be kicking on quite nicely there.
Yeah, and he's getting the applause as well from his teammates. Certainly putting them in a position where they can keep making a surge for that 264 target that was set by Zimbabwe. when you come in here now as a new batter, the job is simple. Don't pat back too many dot balls. And you got to get your running boots on because you've got Barney, the clerk, there on the far side at the non-striker's end. Hayden Trollope, the keeper. Full toss. Oh, that's over. Extra cover. I said you can't face too many dot balls. How about getting off the mark with your very first ball? Gone for 4.
Raj Naik there just missing his line and length. And the batsman putting away the bad ball, which is what you need to do in veterans cricket, to make sure when you get that bad delivery, you dispatch it to the boundary. And they keep on marching, do the Impalas, not giving up.
That's another full toss. That's down the leg side. That's wide. I was happened to do some coaching assessments for Cricket South Africa, and I got to Paul Roos where I saw Mr. Trollope on the bowling machine hitting some balls, getting himself in fine fettle for this tournament. Oh, that's tickled around the corner. Just shows, even at this age, these men take this very, very seriously. Oh, this is going to be a test. This is going to be a test. The ball is trickling away. It's not going to get to the boundary, but they're going to get 3 runs. And that's good running by these two, and that is a very good over. Despite losing the wicket of Marks, they still picked up a boat full of runs there. 6 overs to go. 212 for the loss of 4 wickets. Still 52 needed of 6 overs.
Now 52 of 36. In today's day and age, you always back the batting side. Veterans cricket might be slightly different. The lack of pace on the ball, Eugene, is what I'm emphasizing here. The lack of pace on the ball.
I'm listening to you. I'm 100% listening to you.
Oh, listening with a smirk.
No one can see that. No one can see that.
Oh, well. That's why I've got to tell the audience and the viewers what I can see as we see Waltz coming in. And he pushes it wide there. The pressure now even telling on the most experienced indoor cricketer in the world. Has racked up the most caps internationally at indoor cricket as Andy Walton.
That's another full. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, he went down to save the ball and the sort of bounce just eluded him. It was like a goalkeeper diving, and instead of going to the bottom right corner, it puts it in the top right corner. Oh, I make that 3 off the first ball with a wide. Again, tickled around the corner just for 1. That's good cricket, though. Oh, that sort of drag to the onside, work to be done. Oh no! Bisected the 2 fielders, and then they took each other out. And 4 runs it is, both of them in fine fettle still. Umpires is asking if both fielders are okay. They say, yeah, they are fine.
Opening batsman running into the opening bowler.
Each holding their own.
I might have a couple words in the next net session. But for now, playing for the same team, working towards what hopefully will be a victory for the Zimbabwean side. The Impalas looking to say something else. They really have batted with class, have the Impalas. Still fighting to stay in this innings. A couple more big overs from the boys in grey and pink, and they'll be well on their way to a victory of their own.
2-2-1 for 4. Full toss. Long on has been in very busy indeed as we enter the last 5 overs here. Oh, still a ball to come. Apologies. It was a wide. It's double Nelson. That ball gets worked down to long on, who comes into the fray yet again. So there we have it. 40 runs needed for 30 deliveries. 31 needed of 41 needed of 30, as Lenny pointed out. We're all getting a little bit excited here. Let's get John Wayne to come and do some comms now. No, he's biased.
I need to get more jobs here.
It's always good to have banter.
No, I love it. I'll have to phone you tomorrow when I'm commentating. Some is, eh? Raj on the money again, play to backward point. Griff doing the hard yards, getting around to his left.
Oh, it's a no ball. Oh, there's 2 fielders in the ring. Oh, the fines master himself outside the ring.
It's criminal when a spinner bowls a no ball. It's even more criminal when you've got too many fielders outside the ring. Captaincy error there. Looks to use the free hit, but just like in the Zimbabwean innings, only going to get a 2 of this. But good running there by the South African Impalas.
Yeah, definitely good running.
This game is certainly going to go down to the wire. It's getting very tight.
Depends which type of wire you want to sit on. Can't be a barbed one. Hit down the ground. It's just going to be 1. I think the Impalas know that at this end, batting at this end, the commentary end, they just want to try and get as many runs as they possibly can without hitting the ball in the air. However, when they're batting from the Virgin active end, they can certainly try and hit a few lusty blows with the breeze. Oh, they're going to come through. How's the throw? Oh, he's holding on to it because the bonk. He says, why didn't you throw? I was here, mate.
I think he might have been apologizing for not being in position quick enough for that backup. Smart play there by Andy, just holding it in the covers, not looking to give away that extra 1.
Oh, and he's bowled him. The Raj cleans up the clerk. And that is the 5th wicket that goes. And does that put Zimbabweans slightly ahead here? 2-9 for 5.
Big breakthrough that. That's massive. New batsman. The pitch hasn't seemed easy for the new batsman, really, except maybe Walter earlier.
That's keep it on, I think. That looks like keep it on. Let me see if John Wayne can come into and see the end of this. I'll sit like it in the wind, bro. Sorry.
Not you, but I'll be neutral. I don't know that.
No, seriously, no, you can actually down. Yeah.
Cupido, Akil Cupido.
Yeah, I feel good. No, I didn't take anything out. At the wall? I don't feel.
Cupido with a forward defense. Raj landing the ball on the money again with the wicket at a vital time in the game.
Well, it is a very important time indeed. Oh, how quick. How quick was JJ? Suddenly sparked to life. It's a wide though. But this has certainly been a really exciting game of cricket in the first up here in this Over-60s international tournament. A few big scores all around, including here. That's going to be wide outside the off stump. Oh, shotgun Harrison straight away gives it wide. And every time an extra ball gets bowled, my co-commentator just doesn't know where to look. So I'm going to bring in some reinforcements to help him along for the remaining 3 or so overs of this game. That's in the air. Oh, that's caught. There is a catch. And it's Cupido that's got to go. And that is 6 gone now. And Zimbabwe favourites now. As I'm going to take you and leave you now with Nick Clegg. And with him, he's going to be the man that I've dubbed John Wayne. John O'Lane. He's going to come on and support him.
Yes. John O'Lane into the commentary box, nicknamed by Eugene John Wayne for his swagger on the field.
My limp, I mean. That's a bit cruel, guys.
Different views.
That's a bit cruel. You
Had
try
to do-
running
had to do with your-
on one cartilage, you know.
It didn't have to do with the limp, it had to do with the brim, looking like a cowboy hat out there. And the swagger.
Well, you know, us Poms, we need protection from the sun.
Come all the way from the UK for this tournament. John O'Lane, it's great to have you back in the commentary box. Zimbabwe now find themselves in a favourable position. It was a bit of tough pressure
the
there
South
early
African
on.
batsmen had done a really good job of reducing the required run rate down to around about 8. But now they've lost a couple of quick wickets. The game's still on for them because South Africa have got wickets in hand. Obviously, 231 for 6. And we've got Hayden Trollope on 13. Paul du Plessis just come in. And as at the non-strikers end, there's a change of bowling, and it's Andy Walton from the commentary box end. And the first ball is dispatched, very well stopped by Wayne Parham. Diving, rolling stop. The batsmen get 2 runs.
It's been some fantastic fielding efforts by your teammates, Leno.
Yeah, well, everybody will put in, 100%, and not all of us are all that mobile and athletic and nimble. But if we can get to it, we'll make sure we, try and stop it. And there's been, here we go. There we go. A nice lofted pitching iron over the bowler's head. Barely made it out of the ring, but it was good enough for a run, and it was safe. So the Zimbabwean side have just they really up for this the last couple of overs, obviously, because the game's just as much as theirs to win as South Africa's, and the batsmen have lost a bit of momentum with those wickets. Walton in again, that's a good ball, wicket to wicket.
Yeah, he certainly loves that wicket-to-wicket bowling action.
Yeah,
just drifting it away from the batsman and every now and again bringing it back in.
Yes. He's generally a stock ball is an away swinger, but I don't think the wind's really helping him with the away swinger at the moment. Ooh.
Yeah. He's bowled from both ends, the commentary box end and the Virgin active end.
But he has got a good in swinger, and he said from the far end he wasn't swinging it away, but the in swinger was going. So he just needs to. The key thing is on this pitch, if you just bowl slightly short of a length, just back of a length, it's very difficult because it's slightly slow. Oh, that was a stunning leg side attempt at a stumping by JJ John Jameson. Batsman wasn't out, and it signalled a wide?
Yeah, it was signalled a wide, but I'm sure John Jamieson there, he will tell the umpire the foot was raised. Doesn't mind a word with the umpire, does JJ?
That must have been the in-swinger because it sort of chopped him in half, really. There's the away swinger, and the batsman really clubs that, and it's a beautiful connection. And the ball comes past us on the commentary box, down a couple of ridges, a couple of terraces, and it's down on the bottom field now. And Mike van Staden takes his tired legs and goes down the hill to go and fetch the ball.
It's been a long afternoon out there.
So what do they need to win?
So they're currently on 240 for 6. 24 of 19.
24 of 19 balls. 24 of 19 balls.
It's getting tight here for the captain. McDonald needs to make some big decisions. Can the bowlers bowl to the plan?
Mike van Staden has reappeared with the ball. We thought he'd got lost down there, but he's made it back.
He had to go a long way. It's a bit of a downhill.
Yeah, and it's with the wind. In comes Walton again. That's a slower ball, and it's over pitched. Wayne Parham again does great work on the mid-wicket boundary there.
Now he's been fantastic on the perimeters. Has Parham the good batting innings, still showing his worth in the field.
Okay. What did they take there? 1 or 2? Anyway, Hayden Trollope's doing a good job for South Africa. He's on 21 off only 11. So
Always got
18 balls left. The required run rate is 7.7.
Change in bowling, yeah. It looks like Van Staden coming on from the Virgin active end. He bowled on the commentator's end in his first spell.
This is Mike van Staden. It's a medium pacer. So we've got 23 required of 18. Is that right, scorer? 23 of 18. Here comes Mike van Staden. Far end. First ball. Just cut, late cut, steered down to 45 degrees on the off. So that's a 1 off 1 there. We need 22 off 17. I mean, South Africa must be favourites at that. Right, 22 off 17.
Yeah, they've worked themselves so well back into this game. At one stage, it looked like it had got away from them. But those middle overs...
Oh, another short ball, nearly just out of reach, and it's gone for 4. It was a really good attempt by Gary Griffiths
big effort
at
there.
backward point. But that's now 19 required off 18 off 16. Score is helping me out here. 18 off
Lenny's
16.
been doing a fantastic job here in front of us. He's keeping us up to date whenever we need it. Van Staden back to the crease.
And that's pitched up. Just tap back to the bowler who's quickly onto it.
You can see the eagerness
18
of
off
the
15.
non-striker trying to get onto strike.
Another one. They're going to try for 2 here, but the fielder actually attacked that really well. Came in from the mid-on boundary. Oh, that was just a nice little half volley that he just flicked away to the leg, wide mid-on. They've got 2 runs.
Now, this is good running between the wickets by the 2 South African Impala batsmen.
They're not panicking at all. They're just picking these runs off.
Yeah, and there's no need for the big shot at the moment. The run rate required not as high as it was in those middle overs. They brought it back beautifully.
That's another single out into the covers.
And that's the 250 runs up for the South African Impalas and the end of the over. So 2 overs to go. And 14 runs required.
14 off 12, eh? Right, let's see who's going to be bowling the penultimate over.
Looks like it may be the bonk.
Well, no, it's Andy Walton, I think, coming back for it. Somebody's pressing the transmit button. There's a discussion now between Greg McDonald, the skipper, and the bowler, Andy Walton, where they're going to put their deep fielders. At the moment, they've got 1 at long on, 1 at mid-wicket, 1 square, and they've got 1 out sweeping on the cover boundary. Those are the 5 that they're allowed out at this stage for the last 15 overs. Okay. There you go. Now Greg's gone to the mid-off boundary. Nice ball from Andy Walton. Single stolen to short cover there. Who just fumbled the ball. Couldn't get it in quick enough, but so that's 13 required off 11. Oh, the wind, that was a little inducker. It really swung late, and the batsman did very well just to squeeze that out down to square leg for 2. So that's now 11 off 10, yeah?
Yeah, 11 off 10, and the Impalas firmly in control of this match at the moment. Something needs to happen here for Waltz.
Oh, that was another one that came in sharply. The batsman got cramped. He was looking to extend his arms and pull that away, I think. But it ended up really cramping him, and nearly a catch to the bowler, back to the bowler, but it dropped short. Another in-swinger.
Good attack there from the boundary fielder. Wayne Parnham gets it in quickly, only allowing a single out to him there at the mid-wicket area. It's good to see the urgency in the field so late in the game.
Oh, it's got to be a good shot. Oh, possible run out. But it was very village in the end.
Yeah, the fielders need to be alert to that. If the batsman is out of his crease, get that throw in quickly to
Well,
the
I
keeper.
think he got it in quick. The ball just stuck in his hand, and 10 off 7.
Yeah, if
well,
you can create a dot ball here, it will...
a dot ball would be really valuable here. And another in-swinger, and that just went straight through the gap between bat and pad.
Looked like a missed-stumping opportunity there as the batsman was drawn out of his crease.
And 10 off 6, 10 required off 6. And the Zimbabwean manager strolls past without a care in the world. And 10 off the last over is required.
Couple decisions here for McDonald, the captain. Needs to make sure he's got the right fielders in the right position. We know Rambo's been covering a lot of ground on the boundary. Bonk has been close in the covers most of the game. They're bringing in Raj.
Raj has been moved out into the covers, I think. Yeah, short cover. So at the moment, Mike Van Stalen, he's going to bowl the last over. He's got a deep mid off, deep mid on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and a deep cover sweeper. He needs to pitch it up. An attempted stumping, ball kept very low. Batsman almost fell over trying to reach it, get down to it. Anyway, it's not out.
And most importantly, a golden dot ball.
It's a dot ball, yes.
So it's 10 or 5.
10 or 5.
The pressure will be building.
The batsmen are getting lots of advice from the side.
It was a good low take there by Jamison. Asked for the stumping, umpire said no.
That's a better length, and that's in the air. Rory McQuaid has made ground around the boundary. He's got a very strong arm, so it's just 2 runs.
8 or 4.
8 or 4 required. 8 or 4. Oh, that is a lovely ball.
The fielder
right
needs
in the
to
block
attack
hole.
this to keep it down.
And they've got 2 batsmen at one end.
Looks like
The
Andy
field-
on the far side. They're just holding on to the ball.
That's Kenyan Zeal, I think.
Kenyan Zeal.
No, sorry, Kenyan's down at mid-off. That's Andy Walton, yeah.
Held on to the ball. We saw it earlier on. Didn't want to give away an overthrow there, but JJ, the keeper, was arms in the air.
There's definitely a run-out opportunity there. As it is, I don't know where did they get 2 runs there, or did he come get back? Yeah, okay. Another one lofted. Just
Batsman's
one.
turning, looking for 2, but no chance there. 5 off 2. This game has really gone down to the wire. At one stage, we thought Zimbabwe were running away with it. Then the South African Impalas came back. Now it's gone to a knife's edge. Batsman moves in the crease, trying to make space for himself to play to the leg side. 5 off 1.
This has got to be well, we don't want a wide or no ball here.
He just needs to keep his foot behind the line here. If the batsman maybe just stood still there and backed his skills, just looked for a single off that ball.
That's it.
Staden does the
And
business
that is a
for
single off the last
Zimbabwe.
ball. Zimbabwe win by a couple of runs.
That is the end of the
And-
game, a single there.
Thanks,
And
man.
Zimbabwe come
Win.
through against the South African Impalas.
I'm going to go and
A 3-run
clap my
victory.
guys off.
John O'Lane, it's been fantastic to have you in the Combox. Thank you for joining us and finishing off the game with me.
It's my pleasure.
And he's off now to enjoy this victory with the boys. Great win by the neighbours Zimbabwe. Their 4th victory over South Africa over the last couple of years in the veterans cricket. Still yet to lose to the South African sides. And a good man of the match performance there by Andy Walton. The most capped indoor cricketer in the world. Playing for 3 nations, Australia, England and Zimbabwe. And a great victory there by the Zimbabweans. And we'll look forward to hosting you in more games as this week continues. That's it here at the Claremont Cricket Ground, the Oval. Thank you for joining us. And we hope that you enjoyed the views that you were given.